question. Humbert is a character in what popular novel? 215-263 WMMR. Let's go to Eric. Hey, Eric.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, buddy. All right, in what novel will you find Humbert?
That would be the novel Lolita.
Lolita, yes. Hold on a moment, Eric. Got yourself tickets to see Chris Stapleton, and it's at BB&T Pavilion on Friday. Tickets on sale now, Ticketmaster.com. You've read that novel, Steve? You knew
Yes,
the
I
answer.
have. And the Stanley Kubrick movie, which is a classic.
All right. Well, let's see what we have in store for you as far as the entertainment stories go. Lori Loughlin is ready to return to acting. The Full House alum has booked her first post-prison gig on season 2 of When Hope Calls.
She's fresh out of prison, and now she's full of hope.
She will reprise her role as when Calls the Heart's Abigail Stanton in When Hope Calls, A Country Christmas.
Your badger has whooping cough.
Which is set to premiere on December 18th. She was written off the show after she was indicted in the whole Olivia Jade and Bella University of Southern California thing. You know that. Her daughter, Olivia, is staging her comeback on Dancing with the Stars. And that bout on September 20th. And not everyone is psyched to see Olivia hit the dance floor. ABC executive Robert Mills responded to critics who claim Olivia got a deal to stay at least 3 weeks without being in danger of getting the boot. He said, "This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. The show is a competition and as such is subject to legal and broadcast standard regulations." So there's no deal.
By default, I've ended up watching a few of these, the Dancing with the Stars, or at least chunks of them. And I've seen Olivia Jade. And if she's working to sort of change her image, I think it's working. She seems like approachable, or at least down to earth.
Okay.
I don't know how manipulated that is, but I think it'll help her.
Okay. Jennifer Aniston is apparently officially on the market. While she normally shies away from discussing her love life, she said, "No one of importance has hit my radar yet, but I think it's time."
You know who she's rumored to be with? Manny Pacquiao.
Oh, my God. Yeah. And he just announced his retirement yesterday. Oh, man. She said, "I think I'm ready to share myself with another."
Another what?
And she said, "I didn't want to for a long time. I love really being my own woman without being a part of a couple. I've been part of a couple since I was 20, so there was something really nice about taking the time."
She should consider being a throuple, right? That's the new thing.
But she said, "Don't expect, you won't expect her to see her swiping right now. No Tinders and no Ryas," she said. "I'm doing an old school girl." Or I'm an old school girl, she said. She's not doing an old school girl.
So she
That'd be fun. I'd like to see that.
Just like Cassandra Peterson.
She said that she's looking for confidence, but not cockiness. Humor, please, I beg of you. Generous, kind to people. Fitness is important, and not just like how you look. I want to be around here for a long time and not be in a wheelchair when I'm 80. So she wants somebody who's...
She's been with Brad Pitt and Justin Theroux. So she's been with some good-looking dudes.
Justin Theroux is in ridiculously good shape.
Excellent shape. Yeah. You know what she should do? I think it'd be really cool. Preston, what if she were to revisit her character in Leprechaun many years later? With a real knowing...
That'd be hilarious.
It'd be hilarious. Like a Netflix movie.
I would love to see that. Let's see. Margaret Qualley says that she believes... FKA Twigs claims that their mutual ex, Shia LaBeouf, abused her. Qualley appears... I'm sorry, I have a freaking hair in my mouth.
Yeah, it was a big one.
See that? Look at that.
Where did that come from?
What color is it?
I don't know.
It's like serving, Preston.
It's like... did she have hair in her mouth?
Well, you remember they were finding sticks and hair.
Whatever happened to that, by the way?
What the hell?
That came and went on the show.
That was one of the most horrifying scenes was when he pulled out that giant
tweezer, splinter
out of his mouth.
Out of his mouth.
That was horrifying.
And it kept happening, and then it just stopped.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, sorry. I had a hair in my mouth. Kathy put her pants on backwards yesterday.
Yeah. Well,
Something's going on.
I just wanted to know what color the hair was because typically my hair is found all over the place.
It wasn't yours. Lengthwise, it was about the length of mine.
Oh, right.
Somehow or another, I've been eating my own hair while I sleep. Okay, I don't know. So anyhow, let me go back to this. Sorry about this. I interrupted with that, but I couldn't talk. It was distracting. So anyhow, Margaret Qualley can next be seen in Netflix's Maids, playing a character who is abused emotionally. When asked how Qualley prepared for the part, she replied, "Unfortunately, it is so common," adding, "and it's true that more than half of people experience some level of psychological threat within a relationship in their lifetime. I just did my best to read the script and experience Alex's reality as much as possible within the scenes. So when FKA Twigs had shared her story of being sexually and physically abused by LaBeouf, Quali reposted an image of her story on L on Instagram, writing, "Thank you." She split with LaBeouf about weeks after their allegations had emerged.
So a quick question. Has Quali herself ever claimed that she was abused?
She
With LaBeouf.
She said that it was important to me to hear for her how. I'm sorry. This is what Quali said. It was important to me for her to know that I believe her, and it's as simple as that. So
Okay.
that's. Let me see.
Because I read a similar article and I didn't see anything that in which Quali was saying she was treated the same way by LaBeouf.
Yeah, she didn't say specifically him.
You know who her mom is?
No.
It's Andy McDowell. the
No
actress.
way.
Yeah, I had no idea.
That's
until
awesome.
just
Wow.
now, yeah.
Okay. LaBeouf
We should get him on and ask about Groundhog Day.
LaBeouf has denied the allegations. He was recently ordered to complete a 12-month judicial diversion program for allegedly using force and violence against Tyler Murphy. Kourtney Kardashian is coming into her own on social media and in her personal life. The latest, she posted a series of romantic dinners with her and Travis Barker, fashion and glam shots, and a takedown of her sister Kim in the form of a Peppa Pig meme. The post shows Mummy Pig bobbing in the sea and shouting, "Oh my God, I'm going to cry, my diamond earrings," while Peppa and the rest of the cast stand on the beach saying, "Mummy Pig, there's people that are dying." The meme references the in real lifetime Kim freaked out about losing an earring in the sea to Kourtney's zero tolerance, now iconic response about people that are dying. Okay.
All right.
Good.
Shut your hole!
Fans. I haven't heard that clip in a long time.
Shut your hole!
Fans ate it up, and so did Travis. In the comment section, he wrote,
Kathy, shut your hole!
He wrote,
Why was I yelling that?
I don't remember. Laugh with you for the rest of my life. The Keeping Up with the Kardashians alum responded, "My whole life." Okay, whatever. I forgot. I think there was something. Kathy
I'm
was.
sure I was giving you a hard time.
No,
No.
she was spoiling
Oh.
something.
A surprise.
I think
Yes.
it was, yeah, that's
Yes.
what it was.
Yeah, it was
There
a
was some
surprise,
surprise.
or something like that.
Yeah.
You were spoiling it. That's the only thing that I recall about that. Good.
Shut your hole!
I wonder if can we figure it out? Do we have
Okay,
audio
so-
that
Oh,
far
I'm
back?
sure.
For some reason, Rodney McLeod is coming into my brain. I don't know
Really?
why. Who is
maybe
the other Eagles safety?
Like a surprise. There was something.
No.
Quentin
There
Michael.
was definitely a surprise being.
Maybe Quentin Michael.
We
Yeah.
had Quentin.
Ruined.
We used to have
Spoiled?
Quentin on a lot.
Yeah.
What?
Kathy, shut your hole!
Oh yeah, or maybe it was like
I bet you a listener.
Eagles related.
Somebody's going to
And
text
I
in.
was
Yeah, you were
Okay.
spoiling something. All right. Anyhow, while we think about that,
We
if
digress.
somebody happens to know, they can text in. We'll try to figure it out. But I have some other things to get to. Jake Paul has responded to Tyron Woodley as he made good on their pre-fight bet. Woodley showed off his brand new "I Love Jake Paul" tattoo, which he had inked on his middle finger on Monday. Woodley followed through with their wager in which the loser would get an "I love" with the winner's name tattooed on them.
He did the honorable thing.
Although the initial deal was just for the loser to get the tattoo, Woodley tried to alter the rules in the ring immediately after his decision loss to Paul, claiming that he'd follow through with the bet if he was granted an immediate rematch. Paul agreed, and the pair shook on it for a second time. But clearly, Paul isn't entertaining that idea. And on Tuesday morning, he had posted a video, and it appears the former UFC welterweight champion just got played. Paul removed a piece of paper out of his mouth that read, "I love you too," and laughed off the whole thing. And Paul said, "No way did a grown-ass man just get a tattoo that says, 'I love Jake Paul.' This is my official response to Tyron Woodley getting the tattoo." He then pulled the piece of paper out of his mouth and said, "Can I grab those cheeks now, Poppy?" I don't understand. all that.
This is in this world of quasi. The people that he's fighting. Now, mind you, he's fought some, people who had good runs as fighters. He's usually fighting them after the fact. But I'd be curious to see him go up against somebody who's currently on top of their game.
Yep, we'll see. Prince William and Kate Middleton hit the red carpet in the UK for the premiere of No Time to Die, the final James Bond film starring Daniel Craig.
So excited for this.
And for the event, Kate donned a gorgeous shimmering gold full-sleeve dress with a revealing neckline.
She looked like a Bond girl herself.
Yeah,
she
she
looks
was-
fantastic.
She was really done up. So when will that movie premiere in the
I
U.S.?
think it's like a week.
Yeah, it's got to be soon,
so
right?
the reviews are up on Rotten Tomatoes and looking really good. Now, this is the longest Bond movie of all time, Preston. It's 2 hours and 35 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a lengthy one.
Something like that. But it's the longest, but they say it's appropriate because it's the Daniel Craig swan song is Bond.
Okay. I have all kinds of Bachelor news, but no, this isn't
Not
it.
yet.
We have somebody who's on the line, Marge. It's not when Amy Grant was coming on.
But that's a good guess.
Sorry, Kathy. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. Or sorry about that.
Kathy, shut your hole!
All right,
Some people
survey
say
says-
you were trying to sell a fridge, and Kathy was sabotaging that as you were talking. Like you said, Kathy was saying it was disgusting, and you were trying to sell a mini fridge on air.
All right, maybe.
That sounds like
Shut your hole!
Why would that be disgusting?
Oh.
I'm wondering.
I don't know.
Everything,
It probably was.
everything
but
for you is disgusting, Kathy. Asking why will something be disgusting is asking like why
Okay.
is water
That's
wet?
true.
Oh, God damn. Hang on a second. I'm just hitting the wrong button.
Have we found the audio?
We have 24 seconds
Marissa
of...
always finds it. Always finds it. Here we go.
Dose 30. Now you can clean it, but I'm looking on Target's website. There's one for $100.
Shut your hole!
Okay, so wait, I said 60. So you were trying to sell a dirty old one for 60, and I said you could get a brand new one at Target for 100.
Okay.
Listen to that
scream.
Dose 30. Now you can clean it, but I'm looking on Target's website. There's one for $100.
Shut your
60 extra bucks.
Kathy! Shut! Just turn your mic off! Kathy, shut your hole! Shut your hole! Shut your hole! Kathy, shut! Kathy, shut! Kathy, shut your hole!
No.
God!
No, wait, hang on a second. Were you hitting that?
No.
No,
Okay.
this is an
So
an
that
edit.
has to exist before that.
Oh, so that wasn't the original?
That wasn't the original. Because if Steve was hitting,
I
The
wasn't
clip, he was
touching
sitting-
anything.
yeah. So
On
in
that.
the
you
clip,
were
but
in
in
the
the
clip.
clip you were.
Yes.
So you had that before that. So
Oh, wait, that's a good point, Casey.
Yeah.
Yes, so it wasn't generated in the moment.
Or,
Yeah.
or was this just an edit of that?
no, it was not. Marissa's shaking it.
Sounds pretty
Shut your hole!
Well,
Yeah,
because
I'm right. I'm correct in this situation.
What?
Marissa, keep digging.
This is not the origin of Shut Your Hole. It might be the first or second time that Steve is able to use that clip.
I have a theory. I think at one point Kathy was was trying to get information about a back road to the shore, and was putting that out on air, and you were upset because you were saying that people were going to be privy to that information, which should not be told to
It's
everyone.
possible.
know. Here-
For some reason, I'm kind of thinking the way Preston is thinking that it was the potential spoiling of a surprise.
Well, here's and you guys know my memory, but this is the only thing that I can remember about it is I remember being angry the first time it happened. Like that clip you just played, I'm laughing and playing with him. I remember that being like an argument where we were not happy with each other.
I remember the 21st day of September.
Yeah, of
No,
course.
I remember the Alamo.
All right.
Yeah.
Hang on, but like, do a search for like Quentin Michael.
Shut your hole!
I feel like he was either in the room or coming into the room that day, and so that might
right.
give you a chance to.
If
figure
anyone
it
can
out.
solve it, it'll be Marissa.
We'll try to find out. I have a
She'll
couple.
CSI this bastard.
I have a couple other things I want to get to before we wrap this segment because I've got stuff that's all about The Bachelor and Bachelorette. We haven't gone there in a little while.
So
and,
good.
And there's so much love involved. Yes. So Claire Crawley and Dale Moss have broken up. And this time it's for keeps. I love you so much. A source told us
I think all you need is a little love.
that the Bachelorette alums believe it's best for them.
Love.
The source said that they have different visions and wedding planning wasn't happening, which made Claire really upset. And I don't love you. She wants to be in Sacramento to be close to her family, especially her mom who isn't well.
I don't think I love you.
Dale wants to remain in New York, and they will still support each other.
Yeah.
And have lots of
love
for each other no matter what. Now, in other Bachelor, Bachelorette news, Jesse Palmer will step into Chris Harrison's shoes to hand out roses on The Bachelor as Variety has learned that Palmer has been named the new host of the hit dating show.
So Jesse Palmer is a really good-looking dude. So my guess is he's going to be nailing half these bachelorettes.
Palmer, a television broadcaster and former NFL quarterback, starred as The Bachelor himself in Season 5, which aired in 2004. He has a long-standing relationship with the Walt Disney Company as a sports commentator on ESPN and former special contributor on Good Morning America and across ABC News. He's currently hosting ABC's summer series, The Ultimate Surfer, and he previously hosted the network's reality series, The Proposal, in 2018, which was created by The Bachelor boss Mike Fleiss.
Now, this will impact his role as host of The Lawn Chair, which is a new ABC series.
He has also hosted ABC's Disney Parks holiday specials and ABC's presentations of the NFL draft. So,
you have what it takes to sit in the lawn chair?
Palmer said in a statement, falling in love is one of life's greatest gifts.
Like love.
And I am humbled by the opportunity return to the show as host this season to offer the newest Bachelor advice gained from firsthand experience, and I'm grateful to play a small part in his
Love.
journey.
Journey.
Yes.
I love a journey.
As of now,
I love Journey, the band.
As of now, Palmer is officially signed
Just
on
a small town girl.
for season 26 of The Bachelor, which will air next year.
What was Harrison's? They gave him like $20 million to walk away.
He got a nice
fat
deal,
contract,
yeah. However, insiders explain that the idea is for Palmer to continue with the franchise in the future, both on the flagship Bachelor and The Bachelorette, but nothing is set in stone. And the network has not renewed either series beyond the next upcoming seasons. Sources say that the hosting format for future seasons of Bachelor in Paradise, which of course used to be led by Harrison, is still in flux, and they've used a few different people, rotating guests like David Spade and Little John.
Right. So they're very incestuous here because the last Bachelor is on Dancing with the Stars right now.
And next season of Bachelorette, which will be out next month, will be hosted by fan favorites Tayshia Adams and Caitlin Bristow.
So excited.
Former stars of The Bachelorette who co-hosted the most recent season of the female-fronted spinoff this past spring.
I think Caitlin Bristow is one of the people responsible for Chris Harrison losing the gig, right? That was the interview she conducted with him on Extra.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right, two more things I got to get to. Number one, this is a big deal. Dick Wolf's original Law & Order series is returning to NBC.
Isn't that wild? Was that the 20th, 21st season of that show then?
21st season. So the network has handed out a straight series order for a revival of the procedural that launched Wolf's multi-billion-dollar franchise. He said there are very few things in life that are literally dreams come true, and this is mine.
There's another one. CSI's coming back. The original.
Yes.
No kidding.
With
William Peterson?
Is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's his name on the show? Gus or Gris or
Grissom.
Grissom?
Yeah.
It.
Gus Tank Fart.
An episode count has not yet been determined, and it's unclear if the new Law & Order will make it to air during the recently started 2021-22 broadcast season or if it will instead be earmarked for the 2022-23 season. Sources tell The Hollywood Reporter that some former Law & Order cast members are expected to return for season 21, though it remains unclear which ones are being eyed to revisit their characters. The official news comes more than 6 years after NBC floated the idea of the return of the show that launched spin-offs, by the way, Criminal Intent, Trial by Jury, L.A., True Crime, recently renewed Organized Crime, and the longest-running primetime live-action show in American television history, which is SVU.
Unbelievable.
Sam Waterston, Law & Order's second longest-running cast member, was open in 2015 about his interest in returning to the series. He said, I'd love it. I'd love to got to break that record, but, we'll have to wait and see what ends up happening. Because Law & Order was, they were one season away from breaking Gunsmoke's 20-season record as TV's longest-running primetime drama series, and Wolf was furious when that series was abruptly canceled, after the end of its 20th season. So
Listen, for some people, that is just appointment television. And
oh, yeah.
Does your wife still watch all those shows?
Not as much lately.
Right.
We were talking about that last night. She's taking a break. Now it's all home improvement shows.
Home improvement.
Nothing
All
but
right.
that. Yeah.
Mulaney has a great bit about Law and Order and the characters and the witnesses that they interrogate or interview, and
Yeah, how they can't be troubled with a homicide detective because they got to stock the shelves.
Yeah. Or the guy who was tending bar with 500 people in the bar last night, and he's like, oh, yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah. There's something about going downtown.
Yeah.
There's also a great montage of famous actors who got their start on Law and Order.
Yeah.
Rob McElhenney,
Oh, man.
Charlie Day. I mean, there's just a lot of these people come through and they get a small bit role on Law and Order and then go on to bigger and better things.
All right, we're already running really late, and I have to put this story in here. So one more, and then we get to the clips. The mysterious college set spinoff of Amazon's hit series, The Boys, has been brewing for a while now, but has finally been given the official go-ahead by the studio. There's a spinoff to The Boys, Steve.
Right, yes. We'd heard rumors, and I'm glad that it's going through. Listen, I have faith in these guys.
According to the press release, the spinoff has been greenlit to tell the story of America's only college exclusively for young adult superheroes, run by Vought International.
Oh, that's great.
The show, still untitled, will be irreverent and R-rated while exploring the lives of hormonal, competitive soups as they put their physical, sexual, and moral boundaries to the test.
So, as far as malevolent companies in sci-fi and superhero stuff, Vought is way up there because of what they're doing to babies.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
now,
crazy.
What is the one thing that they can do to ruin this series?
There's a lot they can do to ruin this series.
But what I think the one
annoying casting.
Well, annoying casting, but I think the introduction of any sort of time traveling or time manipulating superhero
That kills it for you? I can see that. I don't think they're going to do that.
So the spinoff will star and names I'm not familiar with: Jazz Sinclair, Lizzie Broadway, Shane Paul McGee, Amy Carrero, Rena Hardesty, and Maddie Phillips. So familiar faces from the Boys' creative team like Eric Kripke and Seth Rogen.
There we go.
Will serve as the executive producers. So they're going to be doing it. There's no air date yet, but if you haven't seen the Boys, if you don't mind raunch and gore in your superheroes, man, oh man, you got to see that show.
You will be fanatic for it.
Insane. It is
Emmy
insane.
nominated. Yes.
All right, clips. Let's do this. A robot designed to make humans happy discovers its own humanity along the way in I'm Your Man. And here Dan Stevens talks about the challenges when it comes to playing a robot.
You know, bear in mind, this isn't an android who's just content with being an android like C-3PO or something. You know, he's actually trying to become a human, you know, and a better man for Alma. So he's listening and learning and calibrating. And he's also been pre-programmed with some human, you know, cheesy chat-up lines and some moves, you know, but they're not quite right.
Good. Shut your hole!
I'm Your Man is showing in limited release now. Here's the next clip. Competition is heating up on Dancing with the Stars. Ooh. In this clip, YouTube star turned contestant Olivia Jade talks about her experience on the show. Here we go.
It was exhilarating. It was insane. I honestly, I tried to stay as present as possible, but I think I accidentally blacked out the entire moment after I finished because I was just so nervous. But I had so much fun, and I'm looking forward to the following week.
You suck my and shut the up. Huh?
It says YouTube star. Isn't that Lori Loughlin's daughter?
Right. Olivia Jade is she is a YouTube star. She's
a famous person's daughter.
Right.
You know
but
I mean?
she's
I know
actually
she was. Yeah.
She actually did. Yeah, I know you're exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All
The reason why she's on the show right now is because of all that stuff.
Yeah. New episodes of Dancing with the Stars premiere Monday nights at 8 p.m. and that's on ABC. And there you go.
So she has 2 million YouTube followers, where the other JoJo Siwa has 23 million.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, and that's what I got for you this morning. Don't forget, secret text word, chance for you to win some tickets, a pair of them, to the Bates Motel and Haunted Attractions. Text the word secret to 39333. We're going to take a break. We're going live on Fox Good Day. We got the Thursday night kickoff happening. Joe Matarese is going to be on, of course, a money clip. So we got a full docket today on this Wednesday morning. We'll be right back.
Something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song in your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're going to have to take your headphones off.
Okay. Does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
What?
You can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
You just
bro.
stick her phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
He didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right,
No.
here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, I was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story. On my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, exactly, to listen to something. It was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
All right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has
And
renewed.
now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jimmy Gosevsky at the Pentagon.
I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
I'm having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, and it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
And
It's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She speaks so quickly.
Oh my God!
And I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Takal.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogen Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogene Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know. Change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogene Boots. Okay, we're gonna sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's a real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
Says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh my God, Casey, her middle name is Gay.
No.
Yeah.
Imogene Gay Poots. Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her.
She has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the?
Oh yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in. She's in.
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable.
She's in Never Stop, Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogene Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogene Poots.
She pootsed.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has
throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott Medal. Remember that? Remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
Sticker! On this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number one on the list.
Number one.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck. It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's probably a good guess. The shortest one I ever did was Philly to JFK, and it was part of an international flight. So we started in Philly, went to JFK, picked up a whole bunch more people, and then went from JFK on.
And how long was that?
That was like 20.
Yeah, I've
25,
done that flight before. Yeah.
We stayed on the same plane. It was a 747, and most of the passengers they picked up were in New York, but that was just our flight.
That's what Annabelle does.
Yes. Anybody else? Shortest
I have
flight.
no guess.
All right, you have no guess.
I think it's got to be about, because by the time you take off and you land, I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Okay. Shortest flight in the world is 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Come on. Stop it.
Wow.
Tucked away in the Northern Isles of Scotland, Scottish regional airline Loganair operates the 1.7-mile flight between islands Westray and Papa Westray. While the flight is scheduled for 90 seconds, typically it runs closer to 60 seconds.
There you go. With the trade winds.
So I guess it's either that or a ferry, or maybe they don't have a ferry on that particular side of the island.
I mean, you can't, like, how high is the plane getting?
It's essentially, for the people who live there, but it's a legitimate flight that is necessary. They carry teachers and students and visiting
In 10 seconds, we're going to turn off the seatbelt sign. Walk around the cabin. Then in 15 seconds after that, I'll put it back on. Ask you to return to your seat.
Tourists and
Welcome aboard Flight 414. Thank you for flying Flight 414.
and island residents traveling to and from mainland Orkney for a range of appointments.
I would have stewardess is going to turn on the hose and begin in-flight beverage service.
Open your mouth.
If I regularly did that flight, I would have to try and hold my breath for the duration.
Yeah,
of the,
see if
of
you
the
can
flight.
make it. Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever I go through the Lehigh Tunnel, I'm like, I gotta hold my breath.
You know what? Next time you do that, sing the last line of Happy Birthday and see if you can hold it the whole way through. It's also Maude Adams' birthday today, Steve. You know her.
Yes, she's been in 2 Bond movies.
Only one actress to play a Bond girl twice.
Yeah.
2 different Bond girls?
Two different Bond girls.
Okay.
She's in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's Octopussy.
She
has 8 vaginas.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know where to begin. Does anyone have a bookmark? I don't want to hit the same ones again.
If anybody could handle 8 vaginas.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. I tapped out after number 6. Q, why don't you get in on this?
Everybody, if you double it.
Thanks, Kath. We have the first shot at the money clips coming up at 8, and Joe Matt Reese is going to be on the show, and we have some giveaways with our friends at the Steam Pub, and that's in conjunction with the Bud Light Thursday Night Kickoff. So those things are coming up, but in the meantime, we need to take a stroll down the streets of Philadelphia.
Scoobly-wah-wah. He's the man who knows what's going on the street, pounding the pavement with his little feet.
What I don't know is where the Shut Your Hole clip came from.
Still.
Shut your hole!
We have a number of theories, and we're gonna try to track down the actual full audio clip if we can find out.
It's a massive undertaking, but we are determined.
Yeah. So, all right. There's a story of a young man out of Philadelphia that's become a bit of a viral sensation. He's playing football. His name is Naeem Powell. He's 11 years old. And he's gigantic.
He is.
Oh, really?
Huge.
He is gigantic.
I
He's
didn't see
bigger
him.
than his coach. He's 11 years old.
Okay, how big is he?
Casey,
I don't have the stats on how tall he is, Case, but he's adult size.
they didn't include anything on his actual size, but he is running through a line of opposing players like nothing. I mean, just casting him away, no problem. He is big. One of the guys, I think it was his coach, said he's 35 or 36, and he would run away from him.
Casey, look at it. We're
my God.
watching a video clip. He's bigger.
He's
than his
11?
coach.
He's
11.
Well, that's
now,
not fair.
some people don't believe that. Now, when my daughter was cheering for our local football team, the Harleysville Eagles, so I was, I didn't have none of my kids played football, but I was there for the games, and they do it by weight.
Now that makes more sense.
So they say they literally weigh the kids before the game.
Well, that was how I played it all growing up.
Yeah.
And then not until when I was in 8th grade. Then when I was in 8th grade, I played for the school, and it didn't matter how big you were. And I could step onto the scale before a game in all of my pads and my helmet, and I didn't even come close to. And if you weighed more, like if let's say the weight limit is 80 pounds, if you were 80 and a half, you couldn't play that game. And you were disqualified.
And we're looking at this kid running plays or playing in a game.
Yeah.
And number one, okay, he could
He
easily
looks like an adult.
he could easily hurt one of these kids.
Yeah.
I mean, big
Yeah.
time. And number two, that can't be much of a challenge for him.
No.
Playing
So-
with people that much smaller. So it's an interesting situation. But the kid's massive at 11.
So there was a woman that I worked with at the Sixers. Her name was Kathy Drysdale. I worked really closely with her. And her son, Derek, he was probably about 2 or 3 years old when she would bring him to the games.
Right.
The kid was two or 3 years old, and he was giant. He was like, you would look at him and you would think, you're like, oh, are you in first grade? You know, like he was so big. I just read on her her Facebook page, I saw it pop up. Derek is the number 2 recruit for the 2022 class of Duke's men's basketball. Men's basketball.
There you go. He was really tall.
Yeah. So but I mean, he was. Yeah. But you looked at him and you thought he was. You're like, there's no way this kid is 2.
Yeah, there was a kid that when my boys were playing baseball in our local teams, there was one kid who, like, when he stepped to the plate, you go, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
What? There's no way. And he went to our school, and so he was in the same grade as my kids, but so much bigger that you're like, you look like an adult.
What's going? But it does happen.
Yeah, it does. It does. Absolutely.
So size doesn't always mean that you're good or talented or whatever. In football, I mean, it really helps, right? And so you can play offensive, defensive line. He can stick the ball in his hands and, stick him in goal line situations, and it's almost a guaranteed touchdown. But it doesn't mean anything. I had friends that were bigger than everybody else when I was playing Little League football, and they played a weight up, right? There's a certain point where you have to make that decision because they're either going to be dangerous to the kids that they're playing against, but you can't move them up too much, right? You can't, like this kid's 11.
He can't be playing college football.
Well, you can't be playing him with, let's say, freshmen in high school or anything, because then
at his size, he could. Yeah, I mean, who's he going to play?
But he's still a child.
Yeah.
He's still a child, and so, he's child mentalities or whatever. My kids played basketball, and there was a kid, and it had to be like 5th, 6th grade, so he couldn't have been more than 12 years old, and he was definitely over 6 foot at this point. And he was a big kid, right? Like, he wasn't just tall. He was, he had mass to him and stuff like that. And he wasn't, like, overly skilled in basketball. But you just put him in the right spot.
Well, to that point, this guy, what's his name? I forgot his
name is Naeem Powell.
Okay,
and he plays for the West Philly Panthers youth team.
So Naeem here is in the footage that we're watching. Seems to be pretty good on the field. Besides his size.
Yeah, apparently he's got some skills.
Yeah.
According to the story that I read, it's not clear what sparked his growth spurt. Footage of him playing has already racked up almost 40,000 likes and 2 million views. In the clip, of course, he can be seen time and time again tackling other players. That's what he does.
Imagine if you're a regular size 11-year-old and you're facing off against that.
That's what I'm thinking. I wouldn't want my kid to play against him.
Yeah. I'm sure they've told him, look,
go easy.
You got to go easy on these little guys, on these average-sized guys. Naeem has at least 3 more years in the West Philly Panthers.
And he's still growing.
The teams are there for kids ages 5 to 14. The West Philly Panthers are nonprofit, and they have a bunch of different sports activities. They've been doing it since the 90s, but this kid is just massive.
I mean, it's not a school program, then it has to be weight football. Like, they don't.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
He's hasn't hit puberty yet.
Yeah.
The Eagles have 3 offensive linemen who are injured and probably need some holes filled. So I don't know.
The 11-year-old.
I don't know what this kid's doing on Sunday, but.
So you talk about like the weight and the age and all that kind of stuff. So we're in a position with Jason and where his birthday is and what grade he's in, that when he plays sports, so he can never, and it bothers me, and I bring it up all the time, but he can never play the like the travel sports or the where you have to go and try out and make the team. Like, he's only the club team because of where his birthday falls.
What?
So like with baseball, he's 10 years old. If he were to try out for that travel team, he'd be playing with 12-year-olds. Like, to me, he's going to get hurt there, being 10, playing with the 12-year-olds. And it's the same thing for all of the sports, but it's just because of where his birthday lands.
Right.
What if he were to play against full adults, professionals?
Yeah. Hang on a second here. We have Brian, who I guess is large because he had to play with older kids because of his size. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I was just calling because when I was I was 11 years old, and I remember this distinctly because my jersey was number 11, but I'm like 6'3", and I've always been a big guy. I've been getting into bars since I was like 14 because I was way older than I am.
How big were you when you were playing sports, when you were like in elementary school?
I was playing with the 15-year-olds.
At 11.
Was
Yes.
it weight league? Was it weight league, or was it just because of your size?
It was weight league.
Okay, so you had
and-
to. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and so there was one.
Oh, we lost.
We're losing him.
Oh wait, say that again, Brian. You were breaking up. Say that again.
Sure, there was one other guy on my team who was also the same age as me. He was in my class, but he had a little bit more of an issue. He didn't look as big, but he was a little bit on the heavier side. So pretty much every game, all they had him do was literally wear a black trash bag under his pads and uniform and everything. And he spent almost every game. I don't think he ever played a single game.
Yeah.
Why did he wear a black trash bag?
So my buddy John used to do that.
lose cut weight?
Yeah, to cut weight.
Yeah,
So he'd be running the fields like
Right.
if our
Field, yeah.
Oh, sure.
spent
Have the
the whole-
11-year-old try to
Here.
dramatically lose weight like that.
Try bulimia.
Right.
That won't come back to haunt them.
Yeah.
The wrestlers used to do that in
Yeah.
my
Yeah,
school. Like
yeah.
they
Oh,
would
yeah.
run on
to
the
cut
treadmill.
weight?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
my
yeah.
God.
It's like a portable sauna.
Yeah. Oh,
Carry-
yeah.
Carry
Yeah.
around like spit cups and like it literally hang out by radiators so that they would sweat it out. I mean, it's insane.
Not healthy.
No.
No.
It's like
Wow.
Vision Quest.
Brian, so when did things level out for you size wise? How old were you when people started catching up? Are you there, Brian?
You made him cry, Preston.
Yeah, I think we lost him.
So I was talking about skill level before, like just because you're big doesn't mean you're skilled in whatever position. And I bring that up because when I played football in 8th grade, that's where your weight didn't matter. And I was a little kid, right? So when I was a freshman in high school, I was 4'11". But when I played football in 8th grade, I was probably even shorter than that. Steve, they had me playing defensive line.
What?
Because I was faster than the offensive lineman.
okay.
So
All
if you can get off the ball, like I would be in the backfield before they even stood up. That was when I peaked. I peaked in 8th grade. That was
it.
that was my best year ever.
Yeah.
And then
then
it was all downhill.
Then it was off to Vietnam.
All right. Well, anyhow, I guess keep an eye out for this kid. His name is Naeem Powell at 11, and I'll bet you, there are recruiters keeping an eye on this.
You
kid
better
all
believe
day.
it. Absolutely.
Wow. That's pretty wild. All right, let me see. I got some other things from the city to bring up to you. We'll move on to this. This is not from Philadelphia, but it's a place that thinks it's Philadelphia, which is Delaware County.
Been claiming we're for Philly since 1789.
There's a mailman, Al Campanale, I'm not sure. How would you pronounce his last name? Campanile.
I mean, I know Campanelli's. I don't know if they spell it with an E or an I at the end of it.
Let's try Campanelli.
All right, so Al Campanelli is described by the Lansdowne residents along his delivery route as professional, consistent, and kind, and is retiring from the U.S. Postal Service after 37 years.
I love these stories.
And to show him how much they appreciated his years on the job, residents set out 200 bright yellow signs with "Thank you, Al," typed in blue on the lawns along his route of 10 years, all leading to his final stop on Greenwood Avenue.
Every time I hear stories like this about a mailman, I knew for years. I knew my
Tom the
mailman
mailman.
growing up. Absolutely.
He would come drink with my dad in the middle of the day.
Let's go to the strip club.
No, they would have
Yeah.
drinks. Like my dad would be
That's
like,
funny.
"Come on in." But you know what? At least in my neighborhood, in my area, our mailmen change. So they change their routes. So you don't have somebody that's been on the same route for 10 years. Like they'll change every couple of months. So you'll get to know somebody. Like whenever I put out a holiday card, I don't put the name on it anymore because I don't know who's
You don't know
coming
who's
for
going
it.
to take it. So, and I've put out multiples just because we've had a couple, but over the past, now we do have one very consistent mailman, the nicest guy. He's great with our dog. He has a little, the whole thing, like dog treats and stuff. But
Well, they don't. They rotate them. Like they are. It's not like they're losing their jobs or these people are
Right,
quitting or anything.
right.
There's still mailmen in the area and mailwomen, but they rotate them for some reason.
So you have somebody who walks up to the house, Steve?
Yes,
All right,
yes,
so I've
yeah.
never lived anywhere that had somebody with a walking mailbag. It's always been the driver pulls up and drops
Right,
in. So I don't
right.
really
Okay.
get to know them.
Yeah.
I see them and wave and say, "Hey, how you doing?" But I don't know. I've never known my.
So he'll park the vehicle and then walk, Preston, the houses?
So I also learned from one of our mailmen that there are specific walking routes and then there are specific routes that they drive. So my street is the walking street, but one over. So a friend of mine, I forget what happened. She ended up talking to them and he was like, sorry, I can't get out. This is a driving route.
Is it just arbitrary or what determines what? Because I'm going to bet your one block is not much different from the other block, right?
Well, my house is specifically because my mailbox is not on the street.
On the street.
Like theirs is on the street, but he wouldn't get out and deliver something because it was like he couldn't. He said this is a driving route. I have to stay in my vehicle.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I remember in grade school when the mailman came to our school, and I don't think it was like a planned like show and tell type of day.
Right.
He was just there, and we were all mesmerized because he was in the cafeteria and he would say, okay, what's your name? Or he would say, what's your address? And you would give him the address and he would tell you what your name was, what your house looked like, what kind of cars you guys had.
What your mom wears to bed.
What your mom wears to bed.
Yes, that's what I was thinking too.
Who she's been banging in the middle of the morning.
Yeah,
but it
your
was
mom
neat.
has a little visitor that comes by when you're at school.
Oh, yeah. Your dad goes out of town a lot.
Yeah.
Your dad's out of town. And like in April, he's out a lot.
Yeah. So this guy, apparently he's
your mom's like a cougar.
He's not even yet 60 years old, and he's retiring, man. That's
Wow.
good for you. I don't know if he's going to go and do something else or not, but he was treated like a local celebrity. People took turns sharing stories of his commitment to protecting their mail and greeting their dogs. Campanelli, who's from Ridley Park, said that he suspected that the neighborhood was up to something, partly because he saw flyers for the celebration in people's mailboxes. But he was blown away by the turn. Yeah, probably not a good idea to send the invitations via the U.S. Postal Service.
Send it UPS. I love this, though. I remember when I would get things, Preston, when I first started to get like Famous Monsters of Filmland, or I'd get these Sci-Fi magazines or Mad Magazine delivered to the house. And growing up, the mailman would be the guy who'd go, hey, you got your Mad Magazine is in, and it was a cool thing to have as a kid.
Casey, that reminds me of Better Off Dead when he's a Badger. Your book on how to pick up trashy women just arrived. It was the mailman. So Campanelli said, I didn't expect this. And he said it was so surprising. His wife, Terry, daughter Kelly, and son Jim were in on it as well. Apparently, the people that organized it were Virginia, Marin, and neighbor Carly, or it says Carol, maybe, Carpenter, began planning the celebration weeks ago after they heard of his retirement plan.
I can tell you what every one of them wears to bed.
So listen to this. They enlisted 18 block captains. They collected cards and money from 230 households along this route, and then they printed the lawn signs. And apparently it wasn't hard to recruit people. Carpenter said residents frequently cheered anything for Al when they heard about the plan. And they don't want it known publicly just how much money was collected to thank the carrier, but Carpenter said it was a few $1,000s.
That's so
awesome.
cool.
Yeah,
that's so cool. Nice. That is a classic hometown community thing. And that's what makes your quality of life that much better to have these people.
It's a great gig, by the way. I mean, it's a government job, and he's been in there long enough. So you're saying, man, he's retiring early, but like
you can wear shorts.
You can wear shorts if you want to, but you get in early enough, and then you get a nice pension and nice retirement. Like, working for the post office is a good gig.
Yeah.
You know what it reminds me of is the Sesame Street. These are the people in your neighborhood.
I love that. Yeah.
Which is right. The mailman was one of those people in your neighborhood. So. Hang on, I'm gonna go to Nick here with a comment real quick. Nick, you are on the air.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up, man?
So I used to work for the post office, and I was what they call a rural carrier, which is where you drive up to the mailbox.
Yep.
The reason why we don't get out is because it was a liability. So say if you fall and sprain your ankle, you'd be out. And the reason why Kathy sees all these different people is you have career employees and non-career employees, which are subs. So that's why they're always rotating.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, my son's actually entertaining the idea of maybe working for the U.S. Mail, and someone had recommended try to get rural routes.
Yeah.
Yes, they're a lot easier. There's they're better paid, but I wouldn't recommend working for the post office.
Wait, you wouldn't recommend? Why not,
no,
Nick?
No.
Why not?
Because it takes a while to get to be a career employee.
Yeah.
It would have taken me 10 years to get my own route.
Yeah, it took this guy like 3 years of working just part-time. I didn't know if like right now, because there's a lot of places that are looking for employment, that maybe that gets a little fast-tracked. I have no idea.
Well, I mean,
All
listen,
about
it's
how fast you retire.
What's that?
It's all about who retires first.
Okay.
And then that's how you get the root.
Ah, gotcha. So look for a place that has a lot of old people.
Yeah.
Yeah, or that place in Delco where this guy's retiring.
Yes.
Spots opened up right there.
Yeah,
I mean, to me, it sounds like any career anywhere, you know? Like, you got to pay your dues. You got to get in there and, you know, like...
You want fame? Fame costs.
Fame costs.
And
You ain't
sweat.
fame. But if you get in early enough, like, yeah, I wouldn't recommend, like, if you're...
You want roots? Roots cost.
Already, like, you know, into your adulthood. But, you know, for somebody like your son, Preston, he's young enough.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
God,
why not?
Hey, if there are any suggestions about that, please email me. I'd
Anyone
like
who
to
can
know.
get
Thanks, Nick.
Get a
Have a good
postal
one.
job for you would be great. The rural thing actually sounds kind of cool. If you were delivering to a scenic area in like Bucks County or whatever.
Yeah, and he's kind of solitary anyway, and,
Right.
and he would like to do something like that, I think. So.
We had to get rid of a dog because it kept attacking the mail, like traditional.
Yeah.
It attacked the dog, attacked the mailman. I mean, every time Tom did not want to stop drinking with my dad. So every time Tom would come up, he'd be like, "You got to get rid of this dog." But it was so weird. He would only go after the mailman. Like
Yeah.
a kid could walk down the street or like somebody riding a bike. It was the damn mailman.
We had a FedEx driver one time, and my dogs who have the invisible fence, they can only go so far in the yard. And they're little Yorkies, they're tiny little dogs. They came out. I didn't know they were out front, and she came walking up, and they really anybody who steps on the property they bark at. And she freaked out.
Yeah.
And she's like, I have been bitten before. I'm sorry. She's
yeah.
like, it scares the hell out of
I
me.
get
And I'm
it.
like, I
You
get it. I'm
understand,
sorry.
yeah.
I apologize. I'm like, if they're out and you just want to leave it by the mailbox, they won't come out that way. You can do that. That's fine. But
Why don't you come in for some drinks?
The dog, I probably should take that
Do you
method,
want
actually.
a mixed drink?
But that's my cousin's a mail carrier, and he like has a very healthy relationship with dogs. And he's like, listen, the dog, when you come up to their house, they bark at you, they go crazy, and then you walk away. And so in the dog's mind, they just did their job.
They did their job.
They did their job.
Exactly.
I barked. I let him know to get away, and he got away.
By the way, here's a text that says, I ended up dating my mailman. He knew an inordinate amount of information about my life because of his job.
And he knew exactly where her slot was.
That's right. That's right. All right. So congratulations to Al. Apparently he's well-loved in his community.
That's great.
So I thought that
So
was nice
great.
they did that. What? One more
more.
little one, Casey
Paquito?
says. Okay, this is the last City Beat story. Students at Temple University have furiously called out one of the college's premier dorm complexes for allowing enormous fly-infested piles of garbage to pile up in the corridors of the $800 a month residence.
And this isn't something like, oh, okay, in your mind, what you imagine it looks like. It's like a dump.
Wait, is this a dorm or like off
It's
campus?
off campus. So
okay.
the now viral video uploaded to TikTok by users claiming to be the students at the university, document enormous mounds of residents' trash and recycling that had apparently been left to pile up in the hallways of an off-campus apartment complex called University Village. One of the clips, which is posted by a user known as DJ Anabask, shows her filming a friend as they walk down the corridor to discard their trash in an assigned area, only to find that the garbage has already spilled out of the trash room and into the corridor, leaving piles of bags, boxes, and other discarded items. And she said, I'm about to document this because there's just no way that we are paying this much rent, and they can't even put our trash or put our trash in the trash.
It's
That's awful.
pretty mind-boggling.
Yeah, we're looking at it. It's an entire. It looks like an entire room filled at least 3 to 4 feet high with garbage bags.
Come on.
Another user named Lindsay shared a similar clip revealing a near-identical scene outside of the trash room in what appears to be a different corridor. And a bunch of people had chimed in with comments. A third person had said, it's a joke. I live here too. One user said they used to live in the off-campus apartment complex, which is described on Temple University's website as being the premier student housing choice at the college. Claimed that she struggled with rodents while residing in the building.
Ugh.
She said University Village was awful. We had mice when I lived there. Another resident said they have roaches there, and they're paying all this for it.
I'd freak the hell out.
So are they short on sanitation staff or?
I didn't see anything in the story that had comments from the University Village.
And I don't know if the city is responsible for Temple's trash or if that's a college operation.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah, I don't know.
But it looks pretty unlivable.
I don't know if it's a short staff thing or if this has been going on for more than a few seasons or not. I have no idea.
You know, Nick, I don't remember where our trash was in college. Like, I don't recall.
It was usually behind the fraternity house. You just toss the bag right out the back.
But even when I lived in the dorms my freshman year, like, what the freak did we used to do with the trash? I can't remember.
That's not good.
No, it's not. But like, I mean, this is like, this is what my kitchen would look like at home if it weren't for me and my wife, because my children would just allow.
Right. Oh, I've done that experiment too.
That was a funny experiment.
Just builds up. I'm like, I'm going to leave this here and see what happens.
Right.
They didn't take squat out to the trash. Anyhow, they're saying it's pretty nasty. Listen, I would love to keep going. We got to go on Fox Good Day.
Yes, we do.
So we got to stay on time. So I'm sorry. That's all in the City Beat.
It was damn good.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Wowie.
Wowie, kazowie.
All right.
Zippity bowie.
We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Like I said, yes, Fox Good Day. And some giveaways. I'll make sure we give something away when we return for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff at the Steam Pub, which Marissa's going to be there.
When she queefs, it must sound like the mothership in Close Encounters. Bum,
right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It must sound like the Boston Pops, right, Preston? Think about it. That's the Tijuana Brass. Unbelievable.
When Octopussy queefs. Okay.
That was the song from that movie, When Octopus Queefs.
Great
Bond song.
Octopussy queefs. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Sung by Sheena Easton.
Really?
When Octopussy
She must have been a kid. Maud Adams is 70,
Happy birthday.
75 today. Happy birthday to Octopussy. A little light listening this morning on the Preston and Steve Show.
That's actually the new theme to 60 Minutes.
With Disturbed, and I just hear, no longer be your whore. All righty then. Mike Schmidt, Hall of Famer, baseball player, and just a god in this town, was in our studio one time, and the song that we were playing was, as we were getting ready to introduce him, was Godsmack, the song Crying Like a Bitch. And it's just like, crying like a bitch! Just screaming, and I look over at Mike Schmidt, who's just sitting there with his headphones on.
Where the hell am I?
And now we're playing Disturbed with the screaming, and I look over at Terry Crews is sitting right there with his headphones on, just pretending like he's having a good time.
No, I really liked it. Longer be your whore. Yeah, now I was getting into it, man.
Let's welcome Terry Crews. How you doing,
I was into it. I'm ready to do another workout.
Did you already get one in this morning?
Got one
Of
in.
course,
Wow, man.
of course.
Yeah,
I love it.
Terry, we were laughing this morning because you posted a picture of you on your Twitter page, Preston and I, and someone had said that you resembled a chewed up Tootsie Roll.
Yes.
And
That was
you,
so funny.
you posted the picture, and it was just hilarious.
Well, they said now that they put it down that they couldn't unsee it. And then what was weird is I couldn't unsee it either. I was like, that looks just like me. A chewed up Tootsie Roll. I'm trying to tell you.
And it looks like, if you haven't seen the picture yet, it looks like if you were in the Star Wars movie where they froze Han Solo. Carbonite. If you were to freeze Terry Crews in Carbonite.
Oh my God.
So we were thinking it's safe to say you are in the pantheon of favorite guests we've ever had on the show. Constantly referred to. And the career just keeps going along. Obviously, your AGT now is a big thing.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was never that much into the AGT thing, but your zeal, your excitement for it is so infectious. And now we've known people like John Durenbos and other people who've gone through the system. And it is, you'll see some wild stuff on that show. So through you curated it, and I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and check it out. So I watch it. What draws you to that show? What do you? Because you are clearly exhilarated by it.
This is the thing. First of all, when you look at what entertainment is, the 18 to 35-year-olds have gotten too much clout. I'll be honest with you. You're like, okay, man, there's a big world.
Yeah.
And, the 18 to 35, that's it. They determine what's hot, what's not. And you're like, no, not at all. If you had a family, you understand that your kids, the ones under 18 are the ones that's determining everything. And then the ones over 35 are the ones that are paying for everything. So I said, I have to serve all of them. And that is what I was determined to do. I started hosting a few years back when I was hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is the deal, too, because it really, really satisfies me because I do not, when I perform now on movies and TV, I have no audience. There's nothing. And I need the adrenaline that comes from when I was in the NFL. It's really replaced by AGT. The crowd noise, the energy, the fact that anything can happen when it's live, man.
You get to go live.
No, it's live. Look, I get the keys to NBC for 2 hours, and they're like, "Look, bring it back in one piece. Don't break it. Don't dent it. And watch out when you're backing up with it. You know what I mean? And basically, you got to bring it back in the same condition or better. And it's so you realize anything can go wrong, and I love it.
So the other night, something went wrong with the guy with the crossbows and the levers, and so I found myself on the edge of the seat watching this mistake, these flaws, because not everybody that comes on AGT does it perfectly.
No, they don't.
So for people who aren't watching, what happened?
Oh my God! Well, yeah, I mean, the guy thought he had set his trap, had set his arrows right, and the whole thing, and he realized he was nervous,
and he's strapped in.
Yes, he was nervous, and he didn't do it right, dude.
Oh no!
But this was so wild, man. You start to realize, and my thing is always talking to the acts and trying to talk them through so that they can be relaxed.
Right.
Because the deal is
easier said than done, though, right?
It is because everyone makes you. They make you nervous. I had one guy. I'm gonna tell something right now. This is crazy. I was doing this movie Blended with Adam Sandler down in South Africa.
You were great as the singer and calypso guy.
It was awesome. But see, one person can mess up your whole world.
Right.
I remember I was about to do this scene, the whole thing, and we only had a few minutes to do the scene where we were losing light and the whole thing. And this director of photography, I don't want to mention his name, but he walked up to me and he said, "Don't F up." Now, when you said, I'm going, huh? Now, that's the worst thing you can say to anyone. But thank God I knew to counteract that. And I said, don't take it. Don't take it. In fact, use it as fuel.
Right.
In fact, focus. Get inside. Come inside more. And I jammed and the whole thing. And I did we did the thing with the choir. And we were singing and doing the whole thing. And I looked at him. He was like, that was pretty amazing. And I was literally like, F you. Believe me, I could not believe he would have the nerve to do that. So I realized what I wanted to do for all these acts is be the anti-that. Come in there and tell them, you got this, man. You can do it. It's okay. But he just got so nervous.
He didn't turn the safeties off.
He didn't turn the safeties off. And you got real people, and he's standing there in front of it. And then you got Alicia. She's wondering whether should I press the button or not. She could have killed somebody. Well, it's really nuts.
The acts are like that. There have been some injuries, but that's the real deal. What sort of blows my mind is what they're using the theater. There was a dance act that was using projection or something like virtual dance, and I mean it was
Freckled Sky,
right. It was as theatrical and Broadway level that I've ever seen. How much time did they get? Because that had to be live. How much time do you get to set something like that up?
Oh my God! First of all, the crew on America's Got Talent has been underrated and not appreciated enough. This is literally like putting on the Oscars every week. It's the biggest live show on television, period. And it's the biggest talent show in the world.
Well,
so they're the best in the business, man. And any mistake, it could all go wrong. They do it so good. People, it's like people think that it's a given or whatever. But man, when you watch this crew and as well as they do it, you talk about roadies and all this stuff.
It's not like it's
one of the best things in the world.
One act that's on for 2 hours. Because this guy, I don't know, to explain it, Preston, the dancers at one point look like they're marionettes.
Yes.
faux strings coming down, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, precision stuff.
Well, I feel like a circus master.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what I love, because I come from also the days of the variety show.
Right.
Listen, Carol Burnett was one of my favorite shows of all time. And I miss that, man. I wanted to bring that back. And I'm not a comedian, but at the same time, this energy, this love, I want to be this guy. And it's to get this opportunity is the biggest thing in the world for me.
I think for the entertainers, and like for John Dornbos has told us what the whole experience was like, and the whole deal. And obviously there's the background story which plays into it, and the emotion and all that stuff. So for some reason it works. It's the oldest Ted Mack's Amateur Hour that goes back for decades.
Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, Ed Sullivan. Where these people come out and spin dishes and all that stuff. What was talking about, like the act with the arrows and all that stuff? What was the one act you thought, okay, this guy's going to die?
Yeah.
What was the one where you thought, this guy's coming out in a body bag?
Oh, there are several. I'm trying to say which one. Some of these that are coming up, there was a guy who was in a water tank. And I thought, he was
like the Houdini thing?
It's just like he did a Houdini-ish deal, man. And I said, man, and then it didn't look like things were happening right. You could tell when his assistants start running. You're like, oh man. First of all, you don't want anything to go wrong because it ruins. It could, you don't want to watch anybody die on live TV. You just don't want to do it.
Would you want to be a judge? Do you think you could do it?
No, I don't. The judging thing is super, super hard.
I think so, especially with the appeal of AGT is the variety of acts you're going to get. You got dance, you got magic, comedians, song, all this different stuff. But how do you compare those things as far as talent goes? I'd have a really hard time.
And I think some of the judges have harder times. Yeah. I think Simon and Howie are probably the most well-rounded judges. I've seen Heidi not get jokes, and because she doesn't get a joke, she gets offended by it. It's
right.
It's hard.
But let me tell you one thing. I got to tell you this. The reason we have judges is because America wants blood. I'm just telling you. First of all, how can you compare a singer to a dancer to a danger act?
Mm-hmm. Well, we know.
How can you do that?
The end result is, and this is the way I've always framed it. To me, you're looking for somebody who would be a successful Las Vegas act.
Right.
And that's the context,
that's
correct?
The context.
Right.
But at the same time, this stuff is subjective.
Right. Yeah.
What show do you see in Vegas? It's the show you want to see.
Right, yeah.
So, if you want to see singers, you love singers. If you want to go to a dance show, you go to a dance show. So the deal is that America wants someone to lose.
Yeah.
America wants you bleeding. And they don't care if you're under 10. And listen, first of all, I love it. I love America. But it's the sports mentality.
No.
It literally is someone has to go home and that makes you tune in. But if they were like, there's really no competition, it's all exhibition, they'd be like, nobody dying here. I'm not going to watch this.
Could you imagine your life without the foundation that you had in sports and all that's trained you for? I mean, it seems to provided you with a Swiss Army knife of capabilities that's gotten you through. I remember when I first saw you, I thought, and I have to be honest, who is this meathead? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? And then I go, why is this meathead so funny? And then I'm like, why is this guy? Why is this guy? And then I realized this guy's talented. But you said you weren't funny, you weren't a comedian or so on and so forth. It seems to me you okay, this is something I got to take on and tackle and work through. Sports had to be just an absolute essential part of what made you you.
Yeah, first of all, it was.
Yeah.
Simply because in the locker room, it's like all versions of humanity.
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. I was funnier in the locker room than I ever was on these shows.
What are they listening to?
You know what? I got really lucky. I turned my kids on to the Beatles early on, and they're big Beatles fans. So I'm like, I did one good thing as a parent. And so, like, my daughter is more adventurous. She seeks out music on YouTube from artists that are really, independent and smaller, and she will play songs for me. And then we do this game where she'll play a song for me, I'll play one for her, and we kind of go back and forth like that.
That's cool.
We'll try to match the tone of the music and stuff like that. So she's my music head, and then My son likes like parody songs, or my oldest son does, and then my other son Carter he's into like Queen and the Beatles and AC/DC and all the stuff that MMR plays. It's awesome, man.
That's really lucky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all three in prison, though, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
A couple of them are in juvie, but yeah.
But they're allowed to have radios.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's also a sign of respect, though, because you're meeting the other person where they are. My husband's a huge classic rock, so he indoctrinates the kids, all of my boys that way as well. But it's also good to I'll listen to whatever the top music is.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
so he doesn't listen to any of that.
And I'm lucky that my kids haven't thrown any music at me that I don't really like. Like if this is just my personal preference. I'm not into country music. I'm not into more of the hip hop side of things, and I would try to be open to that a little bit, but it would be going against my own personal tastes. So I am lucky in that regard. But if you are going to have your kids sharing music with you, you need to try to be open if you can,
right?
And accept what they're playing for
And
you.
that
Maybe they'll do the same.
Does that open us like about a minute, right? You give them
that's about it. That's about all.
This is the most horrible garbage I've ever heard.
Well, I'm all over the map then because my son, he listens to my stuff, and I'll be listening to Lil Uzi Vert. And I'll be listening to Lil Nas X. And then with my daughter, she'll listen to my stuff, and then I'm listening to
Dear Evan Hansen?
Dear Evan Hansen, which I love, by the way,
Right.
or Newsies. I can't tell you how many times I've heard Santa Fe from the Newsies soundtrack. But it's what you do. It's what you said, Karen. So you meet them where they are.
It's bonding, for sure.
It's also funny when they go back a distance because my son plays sax in his school band, and the other day they learned Land of a Thousand Dances by Wilson Pickett, and they're playing it at the football games. And he's like, Dad, do you know this song? And I was like, I do, and it's a great song. So you never know where they're going to discover it and when they're going to discover it.
Yeah.
I actually saw Wilson Pickett when I was in high school.
Whoa.
Live. That's how old I am.
That's pretty amazing.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
He's a legend.
I also, one of my favorite moments with my two daughters, I took them to a George Clinton Parliament Funkadelic.
Whoa.
Yeah, I've been
wow.
there.
Yeah.
It went on till like 3 o'clock in the morning. It had to be 5 or 6 hours. It took 4 hours for George to come out of the bus and get onto the stage. And
that's
Contact High was amazing, but they still talk about it to this day.
That's awesome. It's a bonding moment, man. It's legit.
Sure was.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Thanks,
All right.
everyone.
Take care, guys. We'll see you. Yeah. No, for real. I find that to be very special moments because music is very personal to you. You know what you like, what you love, what you want to turn people on to, and if you can use that as a communication, as a bridge, it's awesome, man. I dig it. I find those moments when my daughter and I sit and listen to music together very, very special.
We would listen to all sorts of stuff. We'd listen to soundtracks. We'd listen to Wagner, to Roy Clark, to the Beatles, to. My grandmother was into Pink Floyd, believe it or not.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Really?
so she was a musician, and
You
she
lucked out because my grandma was into Perry Como and
I like some Perry Como.
I know,
yeah.
but like bands, when I was a kid, I had no connection to whatsoever.
But like old AM stations used to play, and early FM stations would play everything.
Right.
Like you would have, for the next half hour, we're going to play German death metal. And then followed by our Perry Como special.
Right, yeah.
Exactly. All right. I just looked at the clock. It's 8:01.
93.3 WMMR. It's time for an MMR Money Clip. I'm scared. Now, here's your Money Clip keyword.
And that word is current. CURRENT. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, and there are 3 ways for you to do that. You can text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. But if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, just enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $500 in our company-wide contest. That person gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone, okay? We don't want you to miss this. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. And it's sponsored by Horizon Services. So let me give you that word again. It is current. CURRENT. Good luck to you.
Bizarre.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we'll begin. Our sponsor, by the way, is DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. A snake-swallowing daredevil has died after a viper bit his tongue and throat and caused a horrific allergic reaction.
So they weren't poisonous snakes and everything were up for grabs, or
Yeah, so here's the deal. Video showed this farm worker performing a trick in which he traps a snake in his mouth in front of workmates in a watermelon field in Astrakhan, Russia.
All right.
Reports say the man had twice before put the viper further down his throat, but on the third attempt, seen in the footage, the snake bit his tongue, and while the snake is poisonous, its bite should not be lethal to humans.
All right.
A few hours later, the unnamed melon farmer, who was admitted to the hospital and diagnosed with what's called Quinsky edema after his tongue and throat swelled after an allergic reaction. So that's what happened.
Jesus
He was reported to
Christ.
have suffered anaphylactic shock. His tongue could barely fit in his mouth, and he was left gasping for breath. Frantic efforts by doctors failed to save him.
It didn't need to happen.
Snake swallowing is said to be a popular trick among locals.
Yeah.
And the snake was...
I am best snake swallower in town.
The snake was called a steppe viper, found among the stems of picked watermelons. The steppe viper is poisonous, but only insects can truly fear it. For humans, the poison is not dangerous.
I'm king of the melon farmers.
The agricultural worker died solely from an allergic reaction similar to what might happen with a wasp sting, but he was trying to swallow a snake.
Oh.
A man has been charged with indecent exposure, and I have two stories like this. Following an incident at a car dealership on Thursday evening, 40-year-old Raul Mitra was arrested outside of Fox Volkswagen after a call came in about a suspicious person. Deputies arrived to find Mitra in the car in the parking lot behind the dealership wearing a silk mask, bondage gear, and a women's lingerie without any pants on.
I can explain.
The sheriff's office said Mitra was lying on the front seat of the car with his driver's side door open and his genitals exposed.
Perfect naked.
Deputies ordered Mitra out of the car and was taken to the county jail. Now,
Oh, boy.
a related story, completely different town, different state. A customer shopping for a used car discovered a naked woman pleasuring herself in the rear seat of a 2010 Jeep Wrangler parked outside a Florida auto dealership.
I'll take it.
Police were called Wednesday afternoon to Bob Tyler Toyota in Pensacola after a customer complained to a sales associate about a naked woman in the back seat of one of the vehicles in the lot.
Jack, make sure there's a naked woman pleasuring herself in every car.
When a dealership manager opened the Jeep's door, he said he spotted Alex King, 37-year-old, naked with her legs spread wide open. A receptionist reported that the suspect was, quote, pulling at her vagina.
Oh my God!
Is that how you do it?
Maybe that's how this woman does it.
I've been wrong.
A third employee who called...
It's not like a paper towel dispenser.
911 told police that a coworker called him to the front to get a vehicle that a homeless woman... that a homeless woman was inside pleasuring herself.
Oh, boy.
Does that feel good, man?
Pulling at her vagina.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Here, hold this. After King exited the auto and walked away from the dealership, employees noticed damage to the car's interior, including a broken radio and, quote, a period stain on the back seat. Can you do that one more time, Steve? Manager estimated King caused $1,300 in damages to the Jeep.
What's your name, ma'am?
One witness told cops that the auto smelled so horrible that it went straight to detailing. Casey, have the ricochet thing standing by. Look at that. This is when she lets go, actually, Steve.
I'm cringing.
I don't even know what's going on. What's going on in the automotive world?
She was charged with burglary, criminal mischief, indecent exposure, and providing police with a false name. According to the dealership website, the convertible Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sport, which has logged nearly 84,000 miles, is available for $23,116. The listing makes no mention of any recent stains visited upon the car's gray cloth
Let me tell you something about this little honey. Comes with a menstrual stain.
Wow.
I'm going to talk to the manager.
All right, and then one last story. A California shaman charged with starting a wildfire that is threatening thousands of homes, claimed that it started by accident when she was boiling bear urine to drink. Alexandra Soverneva faces up to 9 years in prison for allegedly sparking the Fawn Fire, which has destroyed 41 homes and 90 similar smaller structures and is threatening 2,340 others.
Don't even talk to me till I've had my first cup of bear piss.
She has pleaded not guilty. She is now being eyed for possibly starting other fires across the Golden State. As the fire in Shasta County raged on Wednesday, Soverneva claimed that she had been hiking and trying to get to Canada.
Yeah.
She told forest officials that she was thirsty and had come across a puddle of what she believed to be bear urine and tried to make a fire to boil it. She found that it was, quote, too wet for the fire to start.
So the urine was too wet?
I guess so.
She should have gone with turds.
So she downed the water that she thought was animal urine and continued on her way.
They do. Well, she's a lunatic. Why am I trying to reason with it?
Soverneva eventually got trapped in the bush amid the inferno and had to call the fire department to help her. She was asked
Yes, I'm currently in bushes I got trapped in when I was attempting to drink bear piss.
She was asked to empty her pockets and fanny pack, which had CO2 cartridges, a cigarette lighter, and an item containing a green leafy substance she admitted to smoking that day. Workers at a nearby quarry reported seeing a woman toss 2 small CO2 cartridges that matched the ones found in her bag the same day at the that the Fawn Fire ignited. On her LinkedIn, Suverneva lists shaman as her current occupation and indicates that she was a doctoral student at SUNY's New York College of Environmental Sciences and Forestry.
Oh, boy.
An attorney for Suverneva told her initial court hearing that she'd made statements to law enforcement that indicated possible mental health crisis or something to do with drug abuse. Yeah. So there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for
Steve,
you.
is it those Bear Grylls videos where they drink the elephant, the
Oh,
water
God.
out of the
Oh,
elephant poo? Like they squeeze
Ooh.
it.
Yeah.
And so if
At
you're
a
stuck
certain
in the
point-
middle of the savannah somewhere in Africa and you find elephant turds, apparently you can drink the water that's contained within.
I'm going to die.
At a certain point, is life really that precious?
Right. Yeah.
No, it's not.
You're right. We're getting eaten by a
I
lion.
mean, really, what am I fighting on? What am I holding on for?
Little
I just
reality
rang
check.
out an elephant turd for a drink.
Yeah. All right. Well, I got things better than elephant turds to give away as far as food and drink go. The Steam Pub is where Marissa is going to be with the MM Army tomorrow night for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff, 7 to 9 p.m. It's in Southampton. And I have a $25 gift card. Call number 17 at 215-263-WMMR. Now, if you go there, you could win a pair of tickets to this Sunday's game against Kansas City and a signed Brandon Graham jersey, courtesy of Bud Light. You can click on events at WMMR.com to get the details. They brought by a bunch of great food for us this morning. They have Rico's stuffed portobellas, the 5K salad.
It looks amazing.
And the Brad Fox sliders.
Oh.
Which is cool that they named that
In
item
honor of Brad
after him.
Fox. That's great.
All right, so let's get you on board. Caller number 17. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
We had so
Preston
much
and
fun
Steve.
hanging in the locker room and just balling and hanging and talking and really doing our thing. The sport itself, however, a lot of that drama came with baggage.
Right.
You know what I mean? And my thing is sports is good until it isn't.
Yeah.
It's literally one of those things where first of all, I love sports, I love entertainment, but I love people more. And when you use people in expense of the sport, like right now the NFL is going through a thing where all the older guys are going through it. And they're not helping them. There's so many guys that need help, man, mentally, physically. The NFL will literally deny that they cause these issues. You know what I mean? And that's my thing is just admit it, man, and let's just help them.
Right.
But my deal is, it's one of those things where I had to get rid of a lot of things that was bad and keep the good.
Yeah.
And sports can be very, very good, but if it's used in the wrong way, man, you will end up you end up miserable.
I believe it. One of the things, speaking of being talented, that we really weren't aware of was your artistic ability, and it was one of the before even sports, right? I mean, you were you sketch and painting, and were you a court sketch artist?
Sketch artist, yes.
Get out of here!
I had an art scholarship before I had a football scholarship.
Wow! I was looking at some of your stuff. It's really good.
Oh,
and why is it that court sketch room artists are usually so terrible?
Yes, they are. It's a lot of it. You have to be fast.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to understand too. You know, for me, I would have went the whole art route. But no one was going to pay for that. Like, starving artists is a real thing. Starving goes right before artists. I mean, name an artist who actually got paid while he was alive.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare.
Right, they're celebrated after they found.
Oh yeah, you've been dead 30 years. They're like, oh, now he gets the million.
Do you create every day?
Yeah.
Still, do you...
I sketch all the time.
Okay.
Sketch all the time.
What do you prefer? What is your favorite?
People. I love sketching faces.
Okay,
faces,
but sketching
people.
over painting and all that.
Oh yeah, it's I just sketch because I have time for it, but I'll take it all the way. I mean, I will go do a full painting if I have time to do that. But when I was get cut from an NFL team, I would go back in the locker room and ask the players if they want their portraits painted. That's what I would do, and that's how I survived.
Wow,
they would be like, "Man, you pretty good, man. It's $5,000." But you know what? I would.
Were you self-taught?
No, I'm self-taught.
Wow.
But I would literally trick the guys. I'd be like, "Man, you need a painting. Look at you. You one of the most amazing players ever. Look at you walking around here all muscular and beautiful. Let me immortalize you." Yeah, you know, you're right, man. It's $5,000. Like, thank you.
You're a lefty.
Marketing.
You're a lefty too.
Oh yeah, left-handed, right-brained. I mean, very creative. It's just, it's my thing, man. It's always been my thing. I taught.
Your stuff's really.
I taught a class at Facebook. That was a photo from when I taught a class at Facebook. And you know what was wild? Some of the most talented people in the world. And they were sitting there, and these guys had degrees from everywhere, and I asked them to start drawing, and they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you know what's happening? What's happening is you're judging your work immediately. And what you got to know is all judgment stops creativity in its tracks. You have to just go.
Right.
And you have to do it. And you have to not care what people think. You have to not. But what happened was they were like, they wouldn't, before they started putting a pen down on the paper, they would look over at the other guy.
Yeah, right.
But this is what we do in life.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the mistake we make all the time. The stuff you always wanted to do. All that things you wanted to go for. You're over there looking at everybody else. Well, I'm not going to try it. What will everybody say? You know what? I don't care. I realize don't think about what everybody else is saying. Right. Just go for your gut. Go for that intuition. Don't judge yourself.
There are two words I like to use when I find myself facing something I'm not sure I want to do, and it's just begin.
Oh, that's
just
good.
begin.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
That's all you've got to do.
Dude, if you start, all of a sudden things get done. And you know what? Because I'm a great starter. I am an excellent starter. But what I had to learn, too, is just and this is the thing, finish it.
Yeah.
Wait, just get it done, and then you can always change it. Because what happens is you get to start, and then it's not perfect. So you don't want to finish it. But no, finish it, and then you can change it. Dude, these are things you almost have to hypnotize yourself. You literally have to get out of your own brain and get out of your own way.
It's funny you say that because I like to sketch as well, and I'll sketch on the iPad, and the iPad allows you to undo. It's like, it almost sort of takes away that. Okay, I've got this now. I've got to work this. You know, you can correct mistakes all the time. And it's like, well, it's cool. It's also sort of a cheat. You know.
Listen, everything I do, I have a mantra. It's start small, think big.
Right.
Start small, think big. Okay, just do a little bit.
Right.
Just, I'm actually taking Mandarin Chinese lessons right now. I picked the hardest language to learn, but I'm getting it.
Okay.
Wait, I'm all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute. I've been doing this for like a month. And I'm like, wait a minute, I understood that. When I heard the lady, she was like, wuxia, and I was like, I know what wuxia means.
Yeah.
I know what that means, And so I realized, okay, start small. First of all, I haven't mastered English. I had to literally look at myself like, have I mastered English? No. So if I get to a point where I can tell somebody I'm hungry, and I can tell somebody where's the bathroom in Chinese, I'm good. You know what I mean?
How is one human so talented?
No, because first of all, it's not even that. I just keep going. Like, just try everything you want to do. And I only do what I want. I don't do, if there's something I don't want to do, it's like, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean?
You're going to be good. I'm sorry, go ahead, Preston.
As I've aged, I've found that I need to be working on something. I need to be working on something that I can improve upon, something that's a bit of a challenge, and I'm loving it. I didn't realize this until just a few years ago, whether it be, working on a golf swing, or I'm a musician and I want to improve and to keep going on that. And I love having that.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
First of all, listen, you've been talked out of your creativity, man. You've been told you're not creative. First of all, like you said, I'm left-handed. The world is a right-handed world, which deals with math and science. So all the arts are given as hobbies, but just half your brain.
Yeah.
So you got to me, I'm literally telling everybody, be more creative, exercise it, because you've been talked out of it a long time ago, and it's so satisfying. I built Legos like crazy.
Yeah. So speaking of arts and stuff like that, so my daughter's in 8th grade. She's in school right now, so I can talk about her. What the arts has done for her has given her the confidence. Like, so she's in 8th grade and she's having like the best year of her life, and it's all because of what she's been doing in the theater. And it's a very, very they just everybody nurturing, and everybody like loves each other, and it's just so positive. But like, she's getting that from the arts.
That's right.
Yeah, and she's been playing sports ever since she was 4 years old too.
But look what at the schools they're taking the instruments out of schools. Art is given a short shrift. All this stuff is treated like music and art and whatever. They're like, do that on your own time. That's a hobby.
No,
but math and science, if you got that, you're good. And I think we're severely lacking right now, just as a society, because we're not creative enough. This is why we run to Avengers and we run to the movies, because we need it so bad. All the story, all the content. We need more. We need more.
Imagine the world without art. Imagine the world without creativity, without music, without paintings, and what we would be bereft of if we didn't have that. And to your point about all you have to do is create. It doesn't matter if it's good. Just do something, create that, and if it stinks, do the next one.
First of all, that's the world I grew up in. Factory life. Flint, Michigan. Everybody, they were like, "What you doing drawing? What's that? Hey, what kind of boy are you?" And you're like, "Hey, man, hey, look, I like drawing. Okay, I like music. I play the flute. You know what they would call me? They were like, why are you playing the flute? I was like, I'm bigger than you. I can bench more than you, so what? So now what? And they were like, yeah, you're right.
Did you see the Equalizer, the second Equalizer movie?
Yes.
He's counseling a kid who's an artist. Yeah. And I'm like, that's it. That's right there. That's just,
it's going to come out. This is what the whole graffiti thing is about, man.
Yeah.
It's like, put it on canvas and sell it.
Yeah, I just think of like, okay, math and science. But you go to somebody's home now, they don't have microscopes hanging on the wall. You know what I mean? No, they got like, hey, like I play the guitar for you. So math and science. I don't necessarily. If that's not what you're gonna do, you're not gonna take that wherever you go, unless. My brother's a chemist. He's a scientist. My sister's a math teacher.
And that's fine.
You know what I mean? Like, so I'm not knocking it. But,
right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying make it more equal.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And we would be remiss if we didn't throw some love to Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Oh, yeah.
Casey and I are huge fans of the show. NBC gave you the new home, which is very cool, which is wonderful. The show was on the brink of going away and came back, and it is I think one of the sharpest ensembles on television. You're a revelation on the show, as is Andre Brower, who just unbelievable. So everything, you're up and running.
Yes. Season 7 starts February 6th. We already have been picked up for season 8.
Nice.
That's the vote of confidence, man.
Why do you think it works
8
so well?
seasons. It's crazy.
Why do you think it works so well?
Because we love each other, man. Yeah. And this is the greatest thing ever. One thing I'm gonna preach right now.
Yeah.
Competition is the opposite of creativity. The opposite. We do not compete with each other as a cast.
Right.
When you see a show fall, it's usually because the actors or somebody within there is competing with each other, and it causes the thing to blow up out of nowhere. We literally are all operating on our own levels, creating and encouraging each other. We are a true family, man. I don't know what else to say.
And everyone gets their moment.
Everybody.
And also, you allow the self-deprecation, the stuff that they have you doing is hilarious.
I love it.
And again, a lot of people forget out of the gate. Brooklyn Nine-Nine was sort of the sweetheart. It won, I think, a Golden Globe, Brooklyn
Golden
Best
Globe.
Comedy Series, and so on and so forth. And then suddenly, I'm like, what the F? This show is great, and why are they getting rid of it for? Now, this far into it has got to be the ultimate, acknowledgement. And also that when you have a fan base, you talk about the connection to the fan base, that actually was vocally going after making sure the show came back.
Well, I got something to say. When you're talking about Nielsen ratings, that's that 18 to 35 and the whole thing. But just as the deal, and you want to talk about math and science, if you really want to get a good gauge on what people are watching, you need a bigger pie. But the Nielsen is literally only 5,000 homes.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. I'm going, hey. But let me tell you what happened. The internet.
Yeah.
The internet spoke for us. They literally went nuts. And they got like 100 million people saying, wait a minute, why did you cancel this show? And for NBC to pick us up, man, and to give us the love.
Yes, yeah.
To give us that kind of love. What can I say? And now you're talking about in an era where you get maybe 10 episodes, and they call it 2 seasons. You know what I mean? We're well over 170 episodes. I mean, literally in the can.
A good friend of the show, Kate Flannery, has appeared on the show as well.
Kate's great.
And everyone that goes through, it's just nothing. It's just great things about the environment on the show. I also have to bring up the fact you were in Deadpool 2.
Yes. For a second.
For a second.
That was a big troll. We trolled everybody on that one.
What was that like? Because he is so talented, Ryan Reynolds.
Oh my God.
And we get the impression that there's just a lot of free lines going on right and left. What was the experience like working on that?
It was an amazing experience because I love Ryan, but the big thing was the trick was we were going to troll everybody.
Yeah, and you did.
Because I knew instantly that I was going to die right away. Okay, but so I went on a whole press tour. You got to, but see, this is the thing. Fanboys deserve that.
Yeah.
Because they go out of their way to figure it all out. I already know. You know what I mean? I got the spoiler.
Doesn't that take the enjoyment out of it?
Oh, they want to.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, we got something for you. You should have seen at the premiere. They were like, hey, what is going on? No.
I mean, because everyone dies.
Oh, and Ryan knew that.
Steve wanted to do a butt plug this morning. Oh, where's your mic?
I don't know. That's okay, Preston. Yes, I appreciate it. There is a rally that I was apprised of concerning ACT, which is the Animal Care and Control facility for Philadelphia. It is apparently, and I've seen video and pictures to confirm this, in the worst shape it's been in ever. And that means animals are suffering, and that means something needs to be done. And the actual copy on the form or the flyer for it says, Rally for Change for New Leadership at Animal Care and Control. And that's what they're looking to do, because ultimately the buck gets passed and old habits are repeated, and the end result is these animals are suffering in substandard conditions, and something needs to happen. So tomorrow, from 4:30 to 6 p.m., City Hall, the North Apron, 1400 John F. Kennedy Boulevard, there's going to be a rally trying to get everybody from the mayor and anyone who can help institute an immediate change. You see animals in very bad conditions over there, and there are people who are not equipped, whether through their skill set or through their demeanor, to make sure that these animals are going to be treated in a fair and proper way. And so that's what the big push is about. So it starts here, and we see if we can make a change. And you can't continue what's going on there now, and hopefully you can participate. All right, and I'll put the information up on the website. Nick, can help me out.
Yep. Make sure we got there. There is your butt plug, and you can look for other activities and things, or you want to help out in the neighborhood, in the community. You can certainly find it at WMMR.com.
Did you say activities?
Yes. Thank you, Kathy.
Oh, yeah.
The return of fall activities happens on Friday. Get yourself ready. Make sure you have your notebook ready. We'll have everything posted. You don't really have to do that. But Kathy's got another stack of activities for us on Friday.
It appears to be a stellar one again.
By the way, I thought this was a fun text when we were doing the bizarre file story about the woman pleasuring herself in a car on a used car lot.
Right, yeah.
I got a text says, longtime listener Tom here in Pensacola driving by Bob Tyler Toyota as we were doing that story.
That's amazing.
The place where that happened. So thank you. We appreciate it. And then, okay, more theories coming in on the Shut Your Hole clip of Casey, which we had completely forgotten about. Steve played it earlier this morning.
Shut your hole!
This one says the Shut Your Hole outburst occurred during the conversation about Casey slathering ranch dressing on his pizza. No
way. It was way
it did
before
not.
that.
That was a completely different rant.
Kathy, shut your hole!
A different angry outburst.
Marissa found a little bit closer clue that was it Quentin Michael?
I think it was
that might be it.
And it had something to do with his middle name.
Yeah, so Marissa found in the notes, we talked about it at Camp Out. So Quentin Michael must have come to Camp Out, and we talked about Casey's outburst about Quentin's middle name at Camp Out, and the note said that Quentin didn't remember. So it had to have originated with him and something to do with his middle name.
Yeah, that happened December of 2009. So I'm
Okay.
trying to find all the times he came into the studio in 2007 and 2008. Unfortunately, his name is spelled different, really, Quentin Michael. So our intern logs are not perfect.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
we will find this.
All right.
determined.
Well, thanks for spending
Shut your hole!
much time on that.
This has been a whole
Marissa.
morning thing so far.
Well, it's funny because as with our actual conversations during the show, things go off in all sorts of tendrils, and we can sometimes not even remember where it started. So finding the history of this one is going to be pretty amazing.
Yep. It had something to do, I think, with his middle name that it was written down. And
yes.
I think Casey was trying to get him to say his middle name, why it was a big deal. We didn't know what it was. I don't know why. And then Kathy kind of stopped him from doing it.
Kathy, shut your hole!
That's a vague memory that I have. I don't know if it's correct or not. So
It's amazing how inaccurate memories, become after you had done one of your segments on it, Preston, where you were talking about what we believe we remember is probably on any given day, 30% accurate?
You know what I can't remember, and Rochelle and I share this in common because we were just talking about it the other day, is when things happened.
Yeah.
Like as far as time frames of, that was 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm way off the mark every single time. Well, that was like 5, 6, 7 years ago, right? No, it was 6 months ago. I mean, it's terrible.
So I'm
I
better.
just can't do it.
Claire is not good at it. I'm better at it, and so I can get the frame of reference. There are a couple of things I can think about, and I go, okay, well, it's before we moved into the new house, or blah 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 blah. But I know I see that happen all the time. Where
there are some people that are, that was April 1992.
Yeah. How do you do that?
They know exactly.
When I was in school, it was easier because I could whatever something happened, I could go, okay,
all right.
This was around this time, my junior year, so it was either 1991 or 92.
I posted something on Twitter the other day where I really believe this. That I think that the 70s and the 80s and the 90s are their own distinct decades, but everything that's happened since September 11th, 2001 seems like one giant, long, plotting decade.
I'm with you, man.
And so the last 20 years. They've gone by in the blink of an eye. They've taken forever. There's been a million things that have happened. I can't distinguish between things that happened in 2005 and
it's a big blob.
2015.
Is that just something that happens once you turn 40,
All right,
or is it? No. Or is it?
Well, people were responding, and I put this up, and there was a decent amount of response on Twitter, and people were saying, "No, you're just getting older." But I don't think that that's it. I think maybe that's a part of it, but I really think that our perception of time has changed over the last 2 decades.
I think there are more environmental and external influences and things going on that cause us to have difficulty remembering proper chronology to certain things. I think that's it. That's probably entirely wrong, but that's what I feel.
Yeah, Nick, because more specifically, the 2000s and the 2010s, the teens.
Yeah.
That all seems like one time frame to
They
me.
blend. And I think our attention has been diverted by a million more things than it ever used to be. There have been an enormous amount of crises over that amount of time, but there's always stuff going on. There's always one thing that's that's bad in the news anyway.
Yeah, think of the defined decades of the last century, and then I refer to everything from 2000 to now as the blobs.
Yeah.
The blobs.
Well, let me ask you this.
I like it.
I think music has a lot of say in how a decade
How to
feels.
mark a time?
Yeah. Well, no. How a decade feels. 80s music definitely has a feel different than the 70s music, different than the 60s music, different than 50s, and then 90s had a feel. the music from 2000 to now has all sort of.
I think you have a point, young man.
Same.
I do. I think that is a very legitimate point.
There hasn't been
for example, and maybe because we happen to be in an industry that is fueled by music that we're seeing it this way. But like talking about Nirvana and grunge, that set off a period of time.
Yeah, and it wasn't just grunge that it
and
set
it was
off.
at the beginning of a decade too.
Yeah.
Right, and that influence went for that entire decade. You know,
And in the 80s, it was Flock of Seagulls.
Yeah.
No, it was. But
Well,
I mean,
that sound.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
like
sound,
when
yeah.
you think of Flock of Seagulls, you don't think of the 70s or the 90s. You
Right.
automatically
The
think
80s.
80s.
Yeah.
Right. Our
Got to
memories-
pick up your game, blobs.
Our memory's all messed up, but let me go to Pedro, who wants to chime in on the most important conversation of the morning, the Kathy Shut Your Hole clip.
Shut your hole!
Hi, Pedro. You're on the air. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Gadzooks, Dave.
Gadzooks, man. What's up?
Hey, the way I remember it was many years ago. Casey was trying to get Quentin Michael's middle name, and he didn't like his middle name. So his wife was, I think, in the green room. So he went over to ask his wife, but she never told him. But he said that she did. So Kathy kept telling him, "Shut your." No, she never told him. He never said anything.
Shut your hole!
Pedro, I think Pedro's nailed it.
I think that's it.
Casey was trying to convince Quentin that his wife
had told him,
but it
and you were
wasn't
saying
true.
no.
Because he was embarrassed. Like he didn't like his middle name. He just doesn't like it, so he didn't want to say it out loud.
Okay.
Kathy, shut your hole!
You really got
think
mad about
that's-
a middle name.
I think that's in there. Hang on a second, Marissa.
All right, Casey, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Quentin Michael follows you on Instagram. Can
Okay.
you slide into his DMs right now?
But he doesn't even remember.
Marissa, there's no way he's going to remember.
He doesn't remember the follow-up to it.
But I bet you his wife will.
I don't know, man.
Maybe we can validate it. That
He's-
I
well,
I
at least we
think
can
Pedro
find
got
out
it.
his middle name, maybe.
Yeah.
He's got a
It's
podcast.
Ebenezer.
He's got a podcast with Jason Avant. He probably wants to talk about that. So.
All right.
All right, Pedro, I like it. Thank you, man. We appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, take care. We'll see you later.
Pedro's the man. If he can't do it, no one can.
Right. I hated my middle name for ages.
Oh, really? What is it?
It's O'Neill.
Oh,
nice. But here's the deal. My family members jokingly would call me Preston Oatmeal.
Oh, those scumbags.
And they killed it for me.
Yeah.
I hated it. I've completely brushed off that middle name.
Yeah, but your
Mine's pretty clinical, straight up Michael, Stephen, Michael. What I would get is since it was spelled P-H-E-N, I'd get Stephanie.
Yeah.
I'd get when they wanted to rib me. You
Right.
know?
Well, this is my own family.
Yeah.
My sister, my aunt.
What's O'Neill? Is it
is
are
it a
you
family
named
name?
after someone or something?
It's not even a
No.
word.
Well, no, like mine's a family name. My middle name is after my grandmother. I know Nick's.
What's your middle name?
Mary.
Okay.
That was my grandmother. I love Nick's son's middle name, Duvall, and that was, there was a connection.
That's a cool name.
My ex-wife and I met in Key West, and so the main street that guy drives up and down Key West, Florida, is Duval Street. We added an L because I like the actor Robert Duvall, so it's Benjamin Duvall McElwain. Yeah,
My brother's middle name is Xavier.
That's
Is
a
it
cool one.
really?
Yeah, Thomas Xavier.
Mine is mine's Lincoln, and like Abraham Lincoln, and my dad's uncle was that, but it just my parents just thought it was a cool sounding name, and so that's why
I would
they
have
used
thought
it.
Kathy's middle name would have been Joplin. Right.
Kathleen Janice.
Oh, God. I'm like, wait a minute. What is that?
That's funny. Kathleen Joplin Romano.
I like that. Yeah, I named my oldest son, Parker, his middle name Orion, and I named it after the
celestial.
Yeah, after the constellation, because when we go to work in the morning in the wintertime, you step outside, it's big and bright in the sky, and it's impressive. And I always thought that was a cool, very large thing to throw at him as far as the middle name goes. So anyhow.
Yeah, we did family names for middle names for all my children. So like Patricia, Elizabeth, John, like those are all names of aunts and fathers and
That's
stuff
sort
like
of
that.
like the way to go. If the first name isn't, if you're not named after somebody, it's like you can throw it in there in the middle name and still
we'll chuck a middle name at him.
Well, that's how the Royals do that all the time.
Yeah.
Archie is a
Archwell.
Yeah,
it's a family name.
Right.
No, so all right, interesting, but we may never know Quentin Michaels.
We're gonna find this out.
Middle name.
No,
Shut your hole!
But I think that's what all that excitement was about.
We're gonna find this out.
We'll see if we can narrow that down. Let me see here. Do we want to keep talking about middle names? I see some phone calls coming up. I don't know if anybody.
Take it for a spin, and then we'll all look at each other and go, "This is going nowhere."
Yeah,
they hung up. Did you point to this? You
Yeah,
wanted to
I
talk
like
about
it that.
All right,
We only have one day to talk about that. We have forever to talk about
You're
middle
right.
names.
I have some other things. I was thinking about Just Saying Institute. Maybe we'll stumble
That's like
back
the
into
the
that.
Chicago song. We have forever to talk about middle names.
I know the song.
But today's Coffee Day. It's,
Yes.
National Coffee Day. Yes. The U.S. and Canada mark National Coffee Day together.
Oh,
on
let's head over
September
to Tim
29th.
Hortons.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, are there any Tim Hortons in the United States?
That's a good question. Maybe in
Probably in
upstate
the
New York,
northern parts. I guess
Yeah.
I've never been there. Maybe I did once when we were in Niagara Falls, but I didn't.
They're not just in Canada though. They have, believe it or not, like United. No, like Dubai. Has,
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a very successful chain. We run on Dunkin'. I do want to
Yeah.
mention
Right.
that. But it is
So
National
suck
Coffee
it.
Day, so we're actually going to talk about some other coffee places because of some specials and things like that. Dunkin' is having a special, by the way.
Okay, that's good to know. Did you see the text that came in earlier, Preston, from the Wawa manager?
No.
He was like, well, because they have free coffee today as well. And he's like, it's a long day for all of us here.
Yeah.
working at Wawa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
When they're cranking out coffee,
Yes.
and when I would come in the morning into work, I don't stop at Wawa in the morning anymore. I just come straight to work because I make coffee at home. But when they'd have all of those canisters lined up, getting ready for the morning rush.
Yeah.
Filling them up with
Any
Java.
any place that specializes in
Yep.
coffee. Yeah, that's why we get here. We have people may not know, we have our own Dunkin' coffee bar.
Yeah. It's a Dunkachino machine.
Dunkachino hot chocolate, mint hot chocolate.
Yep.
Oh, it's all
Wait,
there.
there's a mint hot chocolate?
There's mint hot
there is.
chocolate.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Most people don't get that. That one's always the hopper's always full on that.
They don't peruse down
Yeah.
the button pushing.
That's what I would go to. Hey, by the way, speaking of Wawa, then you only have another day. But if you're a teacher, you get free coffee for the entire month of September.
Okay.
So you
I
got
did
one
not know
more
that.
day. So maybe today's not the day, to feel special because everybody gets free coffee today. But tomorrow, if you're a teacher, you can get your free coffee at Wawa.
There you go.
So Dunkin' has a free medium hot or iced coffee with any purchase at their restaurants today, with the offer being limited to one per order.
And you use the app. If you can get that app.
Oh, it's so good.
It is really easy, the
Yeah.
Dunkin' app.
Yep, absolutely. And like I said, I was speaking at the beginning of the show earlier this morning. I had a medical test done yesterday, so I had to fast. It's a standard procedure, and I couldn't eat or drink anything. I'm like even water.
Yeah.
From midnight until my procedure, which is almost like 2:00 in the afternoon, so it was a long stretch. And I normally grab a cup on my way out of the house. And then when I get here, and right as the show begins, Casey brings me another cup of coffee. So that's my standard routine every single day. And man, was I out of it yesterday because I couldn't have any coffee. I didn't know what a slave I was to the bean.
You know, yes, I love the bean too.
Yeah.
I will say this: I do not get a caffeine rush from coffee. However,
I don't either.
It is so into my ritual.
Yeah.
To have because when I come in after I'm done setting up in the office, I go and put on the Dunkin' in the kitchen, and so people sort of meander on through, and hopefully they make coffee if they expend it. But that ritual, that taste, that smell is a switch for me in the morning.
I don't get a rush per
Right,
se.
yeah.
I don't get all of a sudden ready to take on the world. But without it,
Shut your hole!
Without it, I realize that I'm down several notches. So
it's funny.
It's become part of my standard procedure.
Yeah.
So maybe not a caffeine rush, but sort of a caffeine dependency or
I
something?
guess so.
Okay.
When I was driving, doing stand-up and driving from New York down here to do radio when we were first getting everything going, if I wanted to wake up, if I wanted to, continue the trip with my eyes open, which is the way I prefer to drive, I would get a Coke. I'd get
all right.
something sugary would do it for me.
I see.
How often do you guys have coffee in the
Every
day?
day.
Every day.
How often through the day?
Twice.
Oh.
Just the morning. For
Yep.
me.
Yeah.
And then I switch to tea. And then I do blow right before bed.
I do. You shouldn't do it right before bed.
I know, but I like to have my dreams be vibrant.
I do one as I'm leaving the house. I get the cup that Casey gives me here, and then I usually have like a 2:00 in the afternoon cup at home, especially if I've taken a nap.
And that's on a regular
Preston
basis.
never has a second cup at work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every day.
Yeah, a third cup of coffee for me is not the norm. Sometimes I have to.
Do you parse it out? Do you do? Because I do a third of a cup, a third of a cup, a third of a cup.
No,
'Cause
I do 20 ounces and then 20 ounces, and then I'm done for the day. Yeah.
I think I do 14 ounces each time.
I don't know. What's I have a Yeti. What's that? 20? Is that 20 ounces?
Probably so, or
There's different
24.
size Yetis.
Yeah, but the standard
Just
Yeti.
like in nature.
Hold it up.
No, this isn't the Yeti. This is my Dunkin'
That's
cup.
about that size, though.
Yeah, it's about this size.
I'd say that's 20 ounces.
Okay.
Does it say it on there?
It does. No. Oh, geez.
What?
It's 24 ounces.
Okay.
Now, I will say that with my Yeti and this, I don't fill it all the way because I
Black?
I do black. But I have to cool it off with ice or
pork chops.
cold water.
You throw a pork chop and steep it in there.
I skipped coffee on Sunday, and I was surprised. I had no headache. I wasn't lacking any energy.
How were your BMs?
My VMs were fine. Yeah, because trust me, I've gotten that lack of caffeine headache before, but I was completely fine. And I was like, oh, maybe I should try to continue this.
We're going to need you to bring in a stool sample, Kathy, so we can take a look and see what's going on there.
You probably have one saved up already, right?
Yeah, and I'm not. I don't like really fine coffees. Like Pierre is a fine coffee guy. Like he goes for the La Colombe and everything.
Yeah.
I was at Penn University Hospital yesterday. They have a La Colombe place or two, and I'm like, it's too strong of a flavor for me. I like mine nice and mild.
Yeah, right. So exactly for me, the regular coffee, and again, it's such a subjective thing. I'm not, attacking other people's choices. I like, what would sit in that realm that you described, Preston.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you change the coffee filter in the kitchen, it looks as if that's a devil's food cake sitting in there.
Dude,
They put so much.
It's such a crapshoot on
Yeah.
what you're going to get out of the coffee machine because people make it differently every time.
That's the thing. You're talking about how you like your coffee, so it depends on who makes it. I'm
Pierre?
I'm like Pierre. I would rather
Really?
Yeah. I would
Oh my God!
Like
dark and bold.
Yes. Sometimes I'll like at a restaurant, you get coffee after dinner, or whatever. I'm like, this tastes like brown water. Like, what is the point of this?
So what I didn't know until just a few years ago was that like some people like a darker blend, like a darker roasted coffee, but it's the medium blonde coffee that actually has more caffeine. So the longer
darker doesn't necessarily mean more caffeine.
No, when the
You're right.
longer they roast a coffee bean, the more caffeine they're roasting or cooking off of it. So
It's like some beers, like people figure a stout or a porter has more alcohol in it because it's thicker and darker, and that's definitely not always the case.
What's the new blend? It's in the Dunkin' copy with the chocolate.
The chocolate notes?
The Guatemalan one or whatever?
Yeah. I like that.
Guatemalan or Colombian? I'm not
I like
sure.
that.
100% Guatemalan coffee featuring smooth and rich chocolate notes. Yep, that's the 100% Guatemalan coffee.
Shut your hole!
Hey, Eagles fans, join on the Dunkin' app today and earn rewards.
Did you just make that up?
Yeah. Nah, I just read it.
Hang on here. I have Doug. Hi. Doug, good morning, sir.
How are you guys?
Good. What's up, buddy?
So I am 47 years old and have never had a cup of coffee in my life.
Oh,
Not one single taste?
Not even a sip.
Doug,
Wow.
you'll hate it. It's an acquired taste.
Yeah.
And I think my kids all play travel softball. Like my daughter plays softball and stuff. And I see people in those morning games holding their coffee, looking happy, and I just I always went to soda.
Doug, I'll say this: I don't drink it black. I'm drinking a version of coffee that includes fat-free milk and a little bit of sugar.
Yeah,
and that's the way I drink it. So I don't. I don't like just black coffee. I need to jazz it up a bit.
It's the smell that turns. I grew up in Jersey, driving past the Melita Coffee Factory on 295.
Wow.
That smell.
So,
that
Doug,
strong coffee smell never turned me on.
All right, so you don't like the smell. So you've never even had an inclination to just try it?
Nope. And at this point, I think it's just the stubbornness that I don't want to
Okay.
live my life without having it.
If you do ever try it, don't just get black coffee because it'll be horrible. You'll need to get what my wife and I just call the frou-frou coffees. We say, you want to go get a frou-frou?
Yeah.
Go get a frou-frou. Get something that's really sugared up and has some chocolate or vanilla or something like that in it. You might dig it. It's
Spice it up.
It's a cool flavor.
It's like when you first try figging, right?
Yeah.
You
don't want to do a whole.
You're not gonna
right.
like it.
No.
All right, Doug, thanks, man. We appreciate it.
A small
See ya.
piece of ginger.
Give it time.
Yeah.
Steve, I know you like gadgets. I saw. All right. So what's that? It's not Sky Mall magazine. There's something like that.
Sharper
where,
Image?
It might be sharper image, but there's another thing that's like sharp.
Rosenblatts or whatever it is.
Man,
or...
I just saw a TV commercial.
Like a Schlemmer?
It was playing in the background, and
anyway,
what'd you say?
Like a Schlemmer?
No,
Schlem Slacker?
This. All I want to say is it's the coolest looking coffee pot, coffee machine, coffee brewer, whatever you want to call it, that I've ever seen.
You know what happens when you get those things? I know you've had it as well, Preston. I got a super duper, make the coffee at home, and you can do the French press, and you can do the lattes, and you can do the whole thing.
Yeah. No, this thing is more of a work of art than anything else.
I see. Okay. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know who has? If you in the movie Live and Let Die, James Bond has a coffee maker that is at that time had to be thousands and thousands of dollars, but the thing is, it's a ton of work to do it when you can just go.
Are you talking about like an espresso machine or something? Okay, yeah. There's work.
My friend Mike, he is strictly a French press guy, and I'm like, man, it's so much work.
It is good though.
Oh,
it is.
You know what? I saw this on ABC News this morning, the national news. There's this woman who does latte art, and it's unbelievable. And it only takes her like 30 seconds.
How does that happen? To me, it's like it's the same skill required with an Etch-a-Sketch because you can't, your lines have to be so continuous.
Well, so she puts the foam in a general shape, and then she takes, I guess it must be chocolate, and uses this metal toothpick, and
like
she
a swizzle
draws these things these faces and stuff, and like Spider-Man, and,
really?
and oh yeah, dude, it was really cool. And like her and she's conferenced with Ryan Reynolds to show him how to do it. Like she's become a thing now. And it only takes just a few seconds to do it. She's one of those insanely talented people.
Yeah.
And I would love to be able to do that. I flirted with the latte art stuff. I couldn't get the consistency of the foam to come out just right. I could do a little bit of it, but there's an art to it.
And then once it was done, did you hesitate before sipping? Like, do you sit there and admire?
No,
Okay.
I wanted to drink it and then do another one.
Gotcha, okay.
Make another one after that. But no, coffee's is a culture in and of itself.
Yeah,
and I remember Starbucks, when Starbucks obviously was the game changer as far as designer coffees and things like that go. When that hit, I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
$5 for a cup of coffee, that is absolutely the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard of. You can get it for 50 cents.
I went to Seattle for summer vacation before I fell off a mountain, and I swung by the original Starbucks. It's right near Pike Place in Seattle. There was a line that was a quarter of a mile long to get into the original Starbucks.
And that was the draw because
it's
the menu is exactly the same.
The exact same menu, the exact same prices. It doesn't look like any other Starbucks. It's got a different design out front. But, I mean, I guess the original anything is appealing, and maybe people want to go to the original Hooters in Clearwater. But, I mean, like, I saw the line, and I was like, all right, that's good enough. We just move on to the next thing.
Right, you don't need to wait to go inside.
Yeah.
I like my local barista. I have a couple of places near me that listen, I'm a Dunkin' guy. I love Dunkin'. But, if I want to get something
Frou?
One
Something that's
Frou.
nearby you?
Places nearby.
Single Frou.
Just a little Frou.
Yeah.
Half
Why
a
not?
Frou.
But
A Frou.
again, like
fro.
like the mailmen, they're always changing. Like you'll get to know your
barista?
At Dunkin', you'll get to know the people, and then they move them around from
Well, they
store
need
to
that caffeine
store.
jolt when they're done drinking with your father.
Well, the thing for me and my Dunkins, neither of them are drive-through, so you gotta get all the way out of your car.
What?
There is one, and I love the there is one, and it's a Dunkin', and maybe I'll talk to the people. The drive-through, it's an older layout. You have to be a stunt driver.
Yeah.
The other ones are great. It was a strip where they obviously things were set in place and they couldn't quite make it exactly right. And I'm like driving my car as slowly as I can around the corner, and you just make it. And it's a nightmare.
Steve, mine's like a go-kart track.
Oh,
like,
really?
Yeah, like you could probably hit a car, but it's okay. You just keep going.
Yeah.
But whenever I go to a coffee shop, I always have like pie in the sky dreams. Like, all right, I'm going to get some crazy.
How's your pie in the sky?
But I end up just getting the black coffee every single time. Yeah, I do. Like I just,
Creature habit.
Sometimes I don't want to drink my calories.
To your thing, it becomes your ritual. Yeah. And we at some point, whether you believe you are or aren't, there's something you are a creature of habit over. And when that habit gets delayed or deferred, it screws you up.
And so if I'm going to Dunkin', I can't, in my right mind, get donuts or munchkins and then get like a sugary coffee. So I just get the black coffee.
Because you want the donuts and munchkins.
I want those to be my sweets
okay.
and my calories. You
My
know
other
what I'm saying?
question is,
Yeah.
can you go to Dunkin' without getting donuts?
No, I can't. The glazed donut is like
it's a classic.
It's so good. I mean, and you can't just get one.
I remember this one thing of a coffee memory from when I was a kid. My dad and I were going to play golf, and I was a kid, and it was already in the morning, and it was blazing hot and humid. It's already like 90 degrees, and my dad's like, I got to stop and get coffee. And he gets this steaming hot cup of coffee, and I look at him, I'm like, you're insane.
Yeah. Oh.
Why are you drinking that when it's this hot out? I was before iced coffees and things like that.
Oh, yeah. Well, my
know?
mother, I mean, I remember, for years and years and years, I don't care how hot it was, what kind of heat wave it was. Now, she was not coffee, she was tea. But a steaming hot cup of tea in the hottest situations, and she said it would cool her down.
Hang on, I want to go to a few people are commenting on Tim Hortons real quick. And we have, is your name Jantry? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, Jantry, what's up, bud?
Hey, so actually, you guys mentioned that earlier, Tim Hortons.
Yeah.
Dover Air Force Base, they actually have one.
No kidding. Are you in the Air Force?
I was stationed there for 9 years.
Okay, all right. And that was like a regular spot for people to grab their coffee?
Yeah. I was there probably once every couple of weeks or so. I would stop in there.
Okay.
Dover's only like
Thanks,
5
man.
hours, 4 hours.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Well, there's one apparently in the PPL Park in Allentown.
Really?
Yeah. There's one in Stratford,
Just
New
a couple
Jersey.
hours? Oh.
No. There are local ones. There are ones that are nearby.
Where's the
All right.
closest one?
I think it's Stratford, New Jersey.
I'm sorry, we went on Duncan.
Connor found this.
This is it.
Coffee barista machine. It's called the Smart Tech Barasur coffee machine. It's got a beaker.
Yeah.
It's got an actual beaker.
It's got all
as
the
part of it. That's pretty cool.
It's
looking.
really cool looking. And Touch of Modern was the name of the site.
Is there a video that shows it running? Or is it just simply the artwork of it that is the draw? Does it do anything better than a Mr. Coffee?
Well,
let's read the description. If you could expand on that description, I'll read it to you.
For the most pompous of consumers.
It says, imagine waking up to the aroma of freshly brewed connoisseur-approved coffee. I did not approve this.
Yeah.
Or tea every morning with Barrister's brewing alarm clock.
Ooh, an alarm clock.
Okay.
It's
a brewing alarm clock. It's supposed to wake you up to the smell. Casey, that's what it is. All right. And it looks like, I want to see how much this thing was.
It looked like it was about $400.
Yeah, there were a few different prices. There was one that said 900 something.
Holy yes.
And I don't know.
That's the one that cup is for your testicles, Preston.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, it warms them up.
All right, I'm not going to read any more of this. It's the text is too small, and it's up on this monitor way up near the ceiling. And anyhow,
it's really cool looking, but no, that much for a no.
In case you know what happened, you get it again.
I'm happy with my Ninja.
Right.
You know,
that's all you need.
Yep,
it's all you need.
What's the Ninja?
That's the brand of coffee maker I have.
Okay.
Yeah, and so when you go to Target, Kathy, I don't know the last time you bought a coffee pot, but like I just sat there in the coffee aisle. I'm like, I don't know what to get. Like, I definitely don't want to spend the least amount, but I'm not going to spend
the actual
most
pot.
The coffee maker itself. You know, you want something that looks nice on your countertop.
Right.
Yeah, I got the one here in the office. That's the last time I got one.
Right.
Over like Christmas time last year.
I got a full when the construction was taking place. I got a full brawn, office coffee maker.
Oh yeah.
It's sitting there right now, and
One that
my
sits-
Enterprise model is sitting on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Can it do two different pots or just one?
Yes, it can do two different pots. Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, today is it's National Coffee Day, so celebrate in your way. And keep in mind, I did read this at a Dunkin', where of course our coffee of choice here on the President Steve Show. You can get a medium hot or iced coffee with any purchase at their restaurants, with the offer being limited to one per order. So I'd want us to take a break because we've got Joe Matteries coming up in a moment, but we also have these to give away: $25 gift cards for the Steam Pub in Southampton.
Yeah.
And we'll take the 12th caller at 215-263-WMMR. Marissa will be there tomorrow night with the MM Army from 7 to 9. And she'll have your chance to win tickets to Sunday's game against Kansas City and a signed Brandon Graham jersey, and there's other merchandise possibly you can win. Click on events at WMMR.com. Steve, you were raving about the Brad Fox sliders.
The Brad Fox slider I was just going to taste it, and that didn't last.
And I had their 5K salad. It's fantastic. So lots of great food. They're at 606 2nd Street. 2nd Street Pike in Southampton, and you can go to steampub.com. That's tomorrow night starting at 7 with Marissa and the MM Army. Caller number 12, you give that $25 gift certificate, 215-263-WMMR. Coming back in a second, we'll talk to Joe Matarese and see what else we can dive into. Stay put.
And Ryan was like, he's the smartest guy ever. Yeah. He's like, he actually gave them a real surprise.
Right, yeah.
Because they thought for sure that I was, Terry Crews is finally in a Marvel movie. He's gonna, what the hell's happening? And it was so good, dude.
Ryan's ahead of the game with, he's a few steps ahead of everybody else with the joke. You know?
He is.
He knows where the joke is going before you know where the joke is going.
He's amazing.
Well, he's a perfect example of taking, because the first appearance of Deadpool was in a substandard. I mean, listen, it was okay, but he knew that it should be something, and he stuck with the project for years.
Yes.
And would not relent.
Yep.
But you gotta listen. First of all, there's two people you can't imagine, as any other thing. There's Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. Dude, there's nobody else that can take that spot.
You're right.
You know what I mean? And that, to me, that's the ultimate. Like, this is where I want to be. I want to be irreplaceable.
Yeah.
I want to be like, you got to get Terry Crews, or you're missing it. And that's my goal. Like, in everything that I do, I want it to just be me. And that's what the ultimate in creativity is. You know what I mean? And when you got Ryan, when he created that character, he made it his, I can't even see it any other way. It was an honor.
Well, I think now you can say we need a Terry Crews type, and people know exactly what you're looking for. So you've reached that. Any shot of you returning? It has, because it's happened before, as a in the Marvel universe or DC.
Ooh, I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. In fact, when you look at Deadpool, I didn't die. I was literally on life support at the end. I was laying on the ground. They were pumping my chest.
It's true.
Beep, beep, beep. So anything can happen.
I'd love to see that.
I'm open to all of it because I can.
Yeah.
My deal is to always keep people surprised. I like to pop out of your cereal box. You know what I mean? Like, what is he doing? What is this? I literally, because this is the thing. Everyone had me at this kind of career.
Yeah.
And my deal is, you can do anything. I want to show people I exist to show you what's possible. And that's for real.
Well, but the truth of the matter is whenever we see you, and this is the ultimate compliment, we know it's going to be a good time. You're in so many things that we enjoy. That, in our microcosm here, when people say, like, when they listen to the show and it gets into a tough time or something, that's the ultimate compliment. You're that exponentially with so much that you do in those projects. That's got to be, that's got to be so fulfilling.
But this is why, again, growing up in Flint, Michigan, and the whole log line was, you're going to hate your life. So, you got to get ready to make the sacrifice right now. And I was like, no. I am only going to do what I love. Yeah. If I make a little bit of money, fine. But I'm only going to do what I love. But you know what happens? Everything I'm doing now, I would do for free. I'll be honest with you. I'll do AGT for free. I would do Brooklyn Nine-Nine for free. But what happens is, when you love it that much, they pay you a lot of money.
Well, that is the advice I tell our interns. Or my father, both Preston and I fathers gave us the same advice. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
Right.
And you will naturally excel at it because you will invest the time in it. And with that will come the reward.
Dude, I feel like I am playing all the time. I've just said play. And when I get there, it's like, my God, who gets this?
Yeah.
Who gets this? You know what I mean?
Well, you deserve it, man.
It's
You really
wonderful.
do.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. America's Got Talent, Mondays, 8 o'clock, and it's the Champions that's going on right now.
Yeah.
So make sure that you check out. Dude, we loved you here last time you were here. We absolutely loved it. You got to come back anytime you're in Philly. We love having you here.
I love coming
You're
here,
such a
guys.
positive energy force. So.
First of all, when people talk about this stuff too, people kind of there's people who like roll their eyes, like, yeah, Mr. Positive. But first of all, it's true.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything that's not true. And this is the deal. Because what's happening is your brain is like, it grows weeds. You know what I mean? And you constantly got to pluck that junk out.
Yeah.
All the crap, all the little stuff, all that mess. You got to always, this is why you have to clean your house. This is why you have to dust all the time. Because if you leave it there, it's going to get dirty and it's going to get messed up. So this is the part of being positive, is reminding myself what's true, what's real. Like, it is up to you. You can do it.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And it's not hyperbole. It's not, oh, man, we're pie in the sky. This is for real stuff, man. I don't want anybody to mix it up and think that I'm just like blah, blah.
No, we firmly believe in what you're saying, creative visualization, seeing the prize and going after it. People who dispense and dismiss it will pay the price for it. And there's so much to be gleaned if you allow yourself to buy into it and move forward, because we ultimately, everyone wants everyone to realize their optimum, their maximum, and that's something that you can achieve.
I'm with it, man.
It's not just crap.
I'm with it.
I love
Let's go. I'm pumped now. Let's work out again. I don't want to be your whore.
Perfect segue. Let's hear it for Terry Crews. Love you, man. Thanks for being here. Terry Crews.
TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
I know, it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but MeTV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones. And they're the same show, basically.
It's the same show, yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just,
Alice, I'm going to beat you to death with a hammer.
Right, that's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the moon.
If my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah, to the moon essentially was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
The good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They love
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too.
Yeah.
Because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take your back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, the audience ate it up.
Yeah.
Though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Do you remember in the Dick Van Dyke show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
But the audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a clode.
You do have a clode. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't. speak
what's
to
You
that.
were traveling all day.
I was.
What's hairy though?
I was just to say they handle everything.
They
And
hairy your clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it hairy.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes and harries it correctly.
I'm sorry. And I snorted too.
Middletown man pleaded guilty Monday in federal court to trafficking protected turtles. 62-year-old David Summers of Levittown struck a plea agreement with federal prosecutors and pleaded guilty to one felony count of violating the Lacey Act and agreed to forfeit nearly 3,500 diamondback terrapin hatchlings, according to the U.S. Attorney Office for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Prosecutors said Summers admitted that he falsely labeled the trafficked turtles taken from the New Jersey marsh habitat between August 2014 and October 2017. He acknowledged sending a package containing 11 of them to Canada and mislabeling the package as a book to undervalue its to underreport its value. Officials from the Environment and Climate Change Canada intercepted the package of turtles and alerted American authorities.
Today marks a major step forward in the treatment and care of turtles.
Do you know
Dude,
where
this guy was making a ton of money?
I had no idea they were worth that much.
He made $500,000 over 3 years.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go.
It's better than cocaine.
Shipping turtles.
Shipping turtles.
All right, so wait, what
my stuff?
what did he get pinched for? Lying about it, or just
No, the
shipping it in general?
Yeah, the package. The Canadian government intercepted the package, and then they contacted the United States.
So, yes, some of these endangered exotic animals can draw incredible money.
All right, so I can't go do that as a cottage industry.
No.
As long as I ship it and package it correctly.
No, you can't.
It doesn't matter. It's just straight up illegal. Okay.
Yes. Summers' sentencing will take place on May 15th. The 62-year-old could be sentenced to as many as 5 years behind bars, 3 years of supervised release, a $250,000 fine, and restitution to New Jersey for the value of the turtles.
Imagine you end up in a cell and the guy with you's a triple homicide. What are you in for? Turtles.
Turtles. I don't know where he's picking these things up at, but there is
Turtle City.
When
New
you're going,
Jersey.
All right. So, but when you're going into Wildwood, right?
Yeah.
Like North Wildwood, because I ride my bike there all the time. They have all these turtle crossing signs, which is great.
Yes.
But there's a huge wall barrier that is in the middle of the road, and I'm like,
how do they clear that?
They don't. They don't. Like, so if you clearly know that turtles are crossing here, why did you put up a wall for them to just get smashed by cars?
There's no opening in the wall?
None.
There's no sign. Turtles go through here.
No, and I don't think they can read.
No,
either.
that's
Case, so these turtles are protected under New Jersey law and by an international treaty. They are not found in the wild in Pennsylvania, but where Summers resided, but they have a dwindling habitat range in neighboring New Jersey. So there are some in New Jersey, but it's completely illegal. And this guy apparently was, he worked for numerous Republican candidates in Bucks County in recent years and was previously a reporter. He previously covered news for the Trentonian, Bucks County Courier-Times, and the News Network, and also wrote for LevittownNow.com between 2013 and 2014.
not another turtle story, please.
Seriously.
I like turtles. Love them. That's that little kid grew up to be.
That's him.
Oh my God, it's him.
I love turtles. All that comes across my desk are goddamn turtle stories.
I'm telling you for years.
Couldn't you see the signs?
You interviewed me when I was a kid.
It was a cry for help. I was dressed as a zombie, and I said I love turtles. Why was no one listening?
Looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right. You're a great zombie. And
Oh my God. It's him. It's him later on in life. I love it.
It never stops.
But because my sons have been to dances, but without a date, and it's not odd. Like when I was in middle school, if you went by yourself, unless it was a dance where it's known, everybody just show up and we'll be at the school and we're having a party.
Right.
But for the most part, everybody went with a date.
Yeah, and you got, I mean, at least for me, you would get asked to go to the dance.
Your teacher would pick you up.
Stop it!
You ready to go, baby?
I hate you.
Hey, look, I put some Tinker toys in the back. Keep you occupied.
Let's go to Maureen. Hello, Maureen.
Our last song at our 8th grade dances was always Nights in White Satin.
Nights in White Satin? Yeah, a bunch of eight.
Yeah,
how old are you?
Breathe deep the gathering gloom.
Right.
Watch lights fade from every room.
Maureen, what did you do in the poetic portion of that song?
Bathroom break.
Sway back and forth.
They'd start crying.
Maureen, did you kiss anybody that night?
That's so long ago, I don't even remember.
All right. Well, thanks for your call. That means no. Appreciate it.
We did like the, the butt hold.
Oh my God!
The butt hold. Like if you were dating.
What did you do?
You said the butthole.
Butt hold.
Oh my God!
We would do the butthole. Do the butthole.
Everybody now, it's time to do the stuff with your butts.
You guys.
We're talking about backside stuff.
Casey nearly spit out all the soup.
I don't understand why you
In the punch bowls, we have a whole bunch of lubricant. This should make it easier.
Kathy.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest is going to be performing at the Scottish Rite Auditorium on Friday, and he has the best angles on his Zoom camera that I've ever seen. He made sure it's just right as we are doing a Zoom interview with our friend Joe Matarese, who is on board. Joe, good morning.
Hey, I like the way just you're on camera, Preston.
Yeah, you look good, man. You look good, and I like the reference to your show. The poster's wrong.
This is the new show right there.
Yeah, which is called Remember When, right?
Yep.
And you went with the Van Halen logo thing, which is cool.
Yes, a little R.H. Van Halen.
Go ahead.
Big Van Halen fan. But
Yeah.
go ahead.
You've been working this for a while. We talked about this last time. You were starting to put this together. This material, correct?
Well, what happened was that was the 2000 version of it, and then COVID hit.
Right.
So I literally only did it 2 times. The first one was at this theater in February of 2020, and then I had to shelf it for 2 years. And typical comedian, when you shelf material for 2 years, you have to write a whole new Remember When. So this one's 100% new from what I did the last time. This one revolves more around music from the 80s.
Ooh. We were just talking about how listening to music, music can define our perception of time. And the point I think it was Nick was making, that from like 2000 on, everything seems like a blob of, as far as there's no delineation, but yet you could tell something from the 70s musically, and that helped define that, the 80s, 90s with grunge, and it helps you perceive the passing of time. Do you agree with that?
Totally agree with that. And I'm glad you're saying that, because it was this one was hard to write at first. And then once I found the first story I wanted to tell, which was the concert I went to at JFK Stadium in Philly, I saw The Who in 1982.
Okay.
With Santana, The Clash, and believe it or not, the Hooters, I guess, were the first band out there.
Yeah.
And it's just a classic story. And what's even more fun about this show is, every time I do it, I have to get a DJ really to run all the pictures that I show and play all the music that we play.
That's a good idea.
It backs up the jokes and the stories. So the guy who's DJing is the guy I went to the concert with.
Dude, that's awesome. I went to that tour when they were at Shea Stadium in New York. I always talk about the fact that I got to see The Who and The Clash on one bill.
Yeah, I thought The Clash sucked. And I liked The Clash.
Yeah, I thought they were great. You should have come to the Shea show. Yeah.
I thought they were a band that sounded like noise when you put them outdoors in front of 100,000 people.
Right. No, I could see that.
Shea's a little smaller. JFK was like twice the size of any football stadium, right?
Yeah, it was gigantic. I actually never was inside of that stadium. I guess I was just too little, too young to go to that one. But I went to so many Phillies games and Flyers and Sixers and stuff like that, and it was always in the shadows of that stadium.
Right.
But without giving away, what you're doing in the show and all the bits, can you share a little bit about that show and why that was part of your material? Was it the bands, or did something happen on the way there? I'm sure.
Well, I was 15 years old, and I'm from South Jersey, so we had to take the speed line there, which was like a big, crazy thing when you were 15 and you were from Jersey and you were like a nerdy white kid, which I was. So, like, getting on the speed line to go to Philadelphia scared the heck out of our parents. And I don't even know how we were allowed to go. I mean, the first thing you really see is the ticket. It was $15, which is amazing.
Yeah.
$15 to see those 4 bands outdoor. And it was a general admission ticket that I had. So you had the field seats. So that's the second picture you see, is that if we would have got there early enough, we would have been sitting really close. But we tried to smuggle booze into the stadium.
How old are you at the time? You're 15?
15.
Yeah.
And I know we had to send a friend of ours to Camden to get the booze, which was, we got vodka, and we got one of those 64-ounce soda bottles, those big plastic ones, and we emptied it out, and we took the RC Cola thing off of the plastic bottle, and then we put iced tea mix, which it's so dumb when you're a kid that you don't realize you could make the iced tea separately and then pour it in. We're like trying to get the powder in that little hole.
Oh my God.
But you guys were geniuses. You guys were like mad scientists at the time. But you look back and you're like, what the hell are we thinking?
We're like Mr. Magoo's, right?
Oh,
Remember
my
Mr.
God.
Magoo?
So wait, I can't believe that none of your parents thought, okay, I'll just drive you there, right? Like, because if this were I have a 15-year-old, I have a 14-year-old, and if they wanted to go to a concert in the city, first of all, I'd probably be like, no. Yeah. But second of all, if I said yes, I sure as hell would be dropping you off and picking you up at the door.
Were your parents a little bit more laissez-faire, Joe?
I have a feeling by remembering how I was, because I always call, this is 10th grade. 10th grade was my smoke a lot of pot and drink a lot year. I was like, the worst version of myself was 10th grade. And I have a feeling we snuck to that concert. I don't think we were allowed. I think we just did it.
And so when you got there, did you make it anywhere near the stadium with your concoction?
Well, that's even more classic. We made the iced tea and mixed it with the vodka because we thought we would be able to sneak that in. And we got busted trying to sneak it in.
As if they just go, oh, it's okay. These guys are just drinking iced tea.
Yeah. So we get busted, and now we have to drink the whole thing before we get in the stadium. And it's 7 o'clock in the morning.
So they didn't confiscate it. They just said you can't bring it in.
Yeah. So there were 4 of us, and one of the guys is going to be at the show Friday night, and I have vivid memories of him. He drank it all with us, but he probably drank more than us. By like 9 a.m., he threw up all over himself.
Yeah.
And he had one of those Mork. You remember Mork from Mork and Mindy?
His
wore
suspenders.
the down vest.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
He had that vest on, and he just threw up all over it. And now he's with us all day, covered in vomit.
Oh, my God.
And so we would have got in there early if it wasn't for him. So we end up getting those field seats. We're at the last row of the field. Now, I'm on my tippy toes for 8 straight hours, right? Because you can't see the stage. So I pull all the muscles in my calves, and I have pictures of all this stuff that I'm going to show on the screen.
Oh, that's great.
I can't see Pete Townsend. All I can see is his occasional arm, that arm. Thing that
The windmill. The windmill, yeah.
I just occasionally see his hand, right? And I'm like, I could pick his hand out of like a lineup because I saw his hand so many times. And then I could, if you remember, and Roger Dolce still does it, does the microphone whip, right?
Yep, spins it around, yep.
Yes, and so I occasionally see like a little mic head go by, right? And he always tapes up the mic, and I actually Googled a story. I don't know if you knew this about Roger Daltrey. It's pretty classic. That's why I love British guys. They're just like honest, and they have a little bit of an angst to them.
Mm-hmm.
He said early in his career, and you guys know me from being on your show so many times, I used to get heckled a lot and not handle it very well.
Right, yeah.
He has a story where someone threw a sharpened penny at him while he was on stage, hit him above the eyebrow, and he's bleeding in the middle of the concert.
Wow.
And he goes, with that British accent, he's like, the guy was only 4 rows back. I could see him perfectly. Right? I'm doing an Australian. I think.
Good day.
I sound like the crocodile hunter. So he takes the mic and swings it, and he had control of it.
Yeah, he did.
Oh man.
And he went, whoa, and he just like slung it like he was in a rodeo, hit the guy square in the face, and knocked him back.
That's
And
awesome.
Basically, I'm going to tell the whole crowd Friday night, don't mess with me.
Yeah.
So this is a full multimedia thing. I love this idea.
Yeah, me too, man.
Is this your first foray into doing something this elaborate, Joe?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's been something that I've wanted to do, and it's taken me 30 years of stand-up comedy to figure out that you can go do what you really want to do, just figure it out. And I've always wanted to do stuff that was more theatrical, that went over more like a play than a stand-up show.
Right.
Nice.
This sounds cool, and especially since you're going to have your crew that went to that show in attendance. That's going to make it even more interesting.
Yeah, that guy he's going to be really, I have a feeling he might be mad at me, the guy who threw up. Him and his wife are coming.
He may not like the way he presents.
So, Joe, going back to the beginning of your story with the ticket price only being $15, I actually was watching Fast Times at Ridgemont High a couple of days ago, and in the very beginning of the movie, Damone is selling Van Halen tickets to these kids.
Right.
And he charges them $20, and they were like, $20?
Yep.
Right? And I'm thinking, like, $20 to see Van Halen in their prime? Okay, like, sign me up. But they were like, they're only going for like $12. And I can't believe ticket
Yeah,
prices.
dude, I have my U2 Joshua Tree ticket stub. It was $19.
Oh, my God.
$19 to go to that legendary show.
You remember who else Damone sells tickets to, Case?
Cheap Trick.
Cheap Trick.
Cheap Trick, yeah.
And they were we just had our big concert, Joe, the barbecue, and Cheap Trick was on the bill, and they were awesome.
Also, Earth, Wind, and Fire. He was selling that to Forrest Whitaker's character.
Right, yeah.
All I remember about Damone, and well, the main thing I remember about Damone in Fast Times is when he, when the one kid comes up and goes, "Do you have any Blue Oyster Cult?" And he's like, "No, I don't have any Blue Oyster Cult. Where were you a week ago?"
Yeah,
You are Damone, for Christ's sake. Now that I think about it,
Yeah, you
But
do
he
have
has he has the best line right next. That until I was like 40, I didn't get it. He goes, "Where were you a week ago? I had 42 pair. I was this close to working at 7-Eleven." And I was like, I remember being like a teenager going, "What does that mean?" And then as an adult, I'm like, "Oh, he almost had to get a job."
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
We all remember the scalper kid. The guy who could get things.
Yeah.
You know, and
Oh yeah, man! In my school, it was the Seidel twins.
the Seidel twins.
They sold. Well, it was more like in junior high. If you needed gum, stuff like that, like you needed some bubble gum.
Yeah,
they
were the guys.
They did back deals, man. I'm telling you, they made a fortune.
Right.
It's like Morgan Freeman's character.
Yes.
Yeah.
In Shawshank. Yeah.
But
Red.
I really had I just had a nostalgic moment in the very beginning of that movie. We got the beat, and it was just all in the mall, and I'm like, and go to the mall now. It's
that culture is
I know.
and that's I loved mall culture. One of my earliest jobs was in a mall, and it was great. But you don't.
We hung at the mall, like and I was.
That's why Stranger Things did it.
Yeah.
because it was because it connects with so many people.
So, Joe, other than that concert, and you're diving into the other '80s music, is that like that mall culture? Does that rear its head in your routine?
It's funny that you just brought up the mall. That was in my last show because I said Cherry Hill Mall, where I grew up, was the only mall I've ever been to that actually had a bad neighborhood in it.
In the mall. I know what you mean.
You couldn't go left of the bus stop. Like, there was a bus stop, and then there was a McDonald's. Wherever there's a McDonald's, there's trouble. I've noticed. That's where the bad kids hang out. Sneaker stores and McDonald's.
Yeah, I could see that. It was almost like a John Carpenter film inside the mall with the Escape from New York.
Do you have a favorite one-hit wonder musically from the 1980s? There's one or two that and once you start mentioning them, it's an avalanche of all the ones. But for me, it's Dexy's Midnight Runners. Come on, Eileen was like the biggest one-hit wonder of the 80s.
I have a weird memory that they had another hit. Did they have?
Well,
another
everybody had some follow-up that didn't do that well, like Men in Hats.
No. That
Had
was like, dude. Maybe I should start my show with that video. the whole Jesse's Girl video plays in this show.
Oh, really?
But that's not a one-hit wonder. But I do reference in the show how bad my son's 14, so his music is so bad. His rap that has auto-tune on the rap lyrics with just like computer sounds going, and I like lose my mind when I'm in the car with him and his teenage friends. But our bad music from then is better than their best music now.
I think we have this conversation with my wife, and I was like, if you're going to be, I think I'm happy with the pocket we sit in as far as our nostalgic music, that it's actually, because also it transcends too. I think what you have, Preston's sons have bought into Queen and the Beatles and all that, AC/DC. So all that stuff. And then the cool thing is that when you become a fan or you're intrigued, there's entire catalogs sitting there waiting to be accessed. When we were kids, it's sounding like the classic old codger thing, but you'd have to wait until for another album to come out. And it was all that deal. Now you have instant full catalogs at the ready.
Well, I talk about MTV when it came out in 1981. Ruined music, because now you could see what bands look like, and now like bands like 38 Special's careers were over because they were so ugly. Them and Christopher Cross, they were done.
That was you're right. That when Christopher Cross, because he had these romantic songs and women were swooning. And then he ended up looking like, Clint Howard.
We say in the show we show a great picture of Christopher Cross holding his electric guitar, trying to look tough, but he looks like a turtle. But when a turtle pops his head out every once in a while to see what the world looks like, that's Christopher Cross. You're like, dude, keep your head in the shell.
Well, you remember one of the tectonic shifts was when Kiss went makeup-less. Do you remember and MTV promoted the hell out of that.
Yes, that was a mistake.
And I remember being confused because they had added Vinnie Vincent to the band when they had the makeup off, and I'm like, Ace doesn't look like that. What are you talking about? It was weird.
Hey, Joe, I rode my bike. I did this Tour de Shore, Bend to the Shore back in August, and we actually rode our bikes past the Scottish Rite Auditorium. That's where your show is going to be on Friday night. Is that where you normally play when you do play in South Jersey?
This is only my second time ever playing there. I mean,
it's a great venue. I just from the outside, it's just really, really nice. I don't know what it's like on the inside.
It's amazing. It's 1,000 seats, so it's big. It's big. And not an easy task to fill during this Corona time.
Right.
I'm wondering, I was ready to put on the ticket, the doors will be open. We'll keep the theater doors open.
Right.
Come on.
They're open now.
So in honor of this show, are you going to have your ticket prices at the 1982 prices? Or?
Comedy show was probably only going for $5 back then.
Well, that's funny because if you look at the poster of the show, it does have an 82 on it, and then it's crossed out, and it says 221.
Right. There you go.
With the Van Halen mock logo with the RW.
So tickets are still obviously available, right? I assume that's the case. It's a large venue, but when you play anywhere near home, do you get a healthy contingent of your friends and family coming out? Do you like that? Do you hate that?
I used to hate it, but I love it for this show because this show is about them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like when when you mentioned we all needed a Damone, to get us stuff.
Yeah.
When we were young, I show a picture of the guy who's going to be DJing's older brother. This guy Chris Bavino. He was our Damone. He was getting girls. He had a Corvette. He was the older brother, and I talked about that in the last show. You need the older brother if you don't have a dad who's going to teach you about life, which I did not. My dad was on the nerdy side, smoked a pipe and read National Geographic. He's not teaching me about girls.
Right.
So Chris was the guy with the fake ID who could go to Camden and get you the booze. He'd teach you how to pick up girls. He would show you that you needed a cool car and how to pretend you were cool and not like them. All the Damone stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
So when these people I went to Cherry Hill East High School. All it takes is to you show the right picture of the right thing from back then, like a California East teen dance that everybody just forgot about. And then all of a sudden there's a comedian talking about something so specific to their life. Like this show's like my Super Bowl. Like half of these jokes, I can't do them anywhere else. I write a whole new set about Philadelphia and South Jersey and in the 80s, and I put it together and work on it for like 6 straight months.
I love that, though. I mean, listen, that is a gamble, but it's clearly, to use the often overused phrase, a labor of love. That's what it is for you. And for people who can connect, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, they die when I just put a picture of that guy Chris Bavino on the screen. He has no shirt on, about 5 gold chains, really hairy chest, and tight Jordache jeans on with cowboy boots.
Yeah.
So
there's another
the feathered back Aquanet hair.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
There's another aspect of that time that I think is universal, and it goes anywhere, and it's porn magazines. And so I know for me, there was only like 2 places where you could find that, and that is if somebody left a magazine back in the woods. You would see it there, or you would go to my buddy's house, and his older brother had a whole stash of them. And so when you talk about that older brother, this guy was probably 5 or 6 years older than us and had probably 50 explicit magazines in his bedroom. So that's where we would go.
That's a solid collection.
It is.
Yeah.
And so you could tell, Casey, you're like probably, I don't know, at least 10 years younger than me. Because did you have this? Because we had this in South Jersey and in Philly, and I live in New York now, and they don't have it, which was West Coast Video.
Yep.
Yeah.
Had the porn room.
Ours didn't, though.
It didn't?
No, you had to go to the videotape library in Ridley. That's where the porn section was.
Oh, ours did, and it was like I remember going in with my mom, and she'd be like, "We're not going over there. Like we couldn't even go over that way."
Joe, so of the standalone video places were more likely to have the adult film section, the chains like Blockbuster wouldn't. But I remember 2 of them. One of them simply had a beaded curtain.
That was West Coast Video.
Right.
The beads.
And then another one, this guy put up like a saloon swinging doors.
Yes!
And I'm like, oh, my God. And the sheepish way guys would sort of saunter into the back room. Yeah. And you think you don't look at someone in an elevator with you when you're back in the porn section of a video store.
Oh, yeah.
You use every ninja skill you have to not be seen.
It's funny. You're describing my act. I say you got to make a right and a quick left. It was because they didn't make it straight in. It was like a men's or a woman's bathroom. It had the L to it when you went inside.
Right.
And then you'd have to grab a couple of regular movies and put them on top and on the bottom of the porn because you didn't want to seem like a freak.
Right. Goonies.
Show up. And you could rent. I remember being able to rent like 5 at a time.
Yeah, the worst is there was this one guy, who would recommend things like I'm not. Hey, Ebert, I'm not asking for your critical review. Just let me go do the thing that makes me feel like filth.
Hey, Ebert. That's a great reference. Hey, Ebert. No. Then there was always the friend that had the 2 VCRs that would make copies.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
yes.
God. The
Hell
pirate,
yes.
the neighborhood pirate.
Mm-hmm. And then after a while, the video that you pirated and took home would start to get those scratchy marks of the money shot.
Your favorite.
Rewinding it every time. Oh, my God. That's awesome. Well, listen, Joe. I'm sorry we got to wrap, dude. We got to take a break because we got to do this contest we have coming up here. But we just wanted, A, it's good to talk to you again. B, it's great that you're coming back into the area and you got your show. I just want to remind people it's going to be at the Scottish Rite Auditorium. And it's Friday. It's this Friday. It's an 8 o'clock show.
Perfect.
You can get tickets at joematarese.com.
And do they know where that is, the Scottish Rite?
It's in Collingswood.
Where is it?
Collingswood, New Jersey.
Okay. Well, they do now. There you go. Collingswood, New Jersey. So, no, tickets are available, like I said, joematarese.com, and it's called the Remember When, the 2021 edition, by the way. It's all fresh material. Oh, are you putting your hands up? I thought you.
That was quotes.
Just wanted to make some
It's in quotes.
I got you. Nice. Well, listen, brother. We're glad you're doing well, and have a good time at the gig, and we'll talk again soon. All right.
Thanks, guys. Man.
You bet, man.
Appreciate it
Joe
so much.
Matarese on the Preston and Steve Show. All right. Remember when? You got it, man. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We will come back in just a second. And the reason, Casey, is everything is shut down.
Oh.
The entire board cut off.
It's happening way
Why?
more these
Yeah, why is it?
I don't know, but that's the second time today, and I had gotten in touch with Rodney about it a little while back, and there, it just came back online. Excellent. So, all right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Don't forget, money to be given away with the money clip. It's coming up as well as Bizarre File more. We'll be right back. Do the butthole.
Hold. I said hold.
It's not what it sounded like.
Butthole. One more butt.
You guys were advanced.
We did.
Butts in white sack.
Do the butthole.
Oh my God. Youngsters are really enjoying their buttholes.
Do the butthole. Do the butthole. Okay, so you do the butthole.
I mean, never mind at this point.
Oh.
No, yes, if you were dating the guy you were dancing with, the guy would put his hands
to do the butthole now.
Do the butthole.
And who's up for some old-fashioned finger blasting?
So wait a minute. Explain to me what the butthole is.
It's your
Yes,
Hang on, I
the
wanna
hands
hear
would
her.
be, instead of on the waist, they would just slide down a little bit and hold the girl's butt.
Grab the butt. Okay.
Were you constantly under the watchful eye of a proctor or somebody who was?
There was always teachers there, but I don't think it was as
They
strict.
couldn't see everything, right?
It wasn't as strict as the nuns watching at those dances.
Well, that's
no,
why-
seriously.
But that's why the St. Kevin's dances were so great, because they were so crowded that, like, all right, you can't.
I'm too tired to worry about your butthole.
The butthole.
You said the butthole. Somebody had sent me a listing for a home that's on sale in Maple Glen.
All the realtors are posting it on there.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 48 photos, and if you get to photo 31, you have to stop and go, wait a minute.
What is that?
What is that? So it's a beautiful home, by the way.
Beautiful.
And for a decent price, too. It's 5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And it's gorgeously laid out. It's $750,000 for a home that looks like this. That seems like a pretty good price to me.
It actually does seem like a really good price.
Yeah.
But when you get to photo number 31, you realize that they have a bit of an S&M dungeon in their house.
But it's in like a beautifully
Decorated
it's almost like an executive dungeon.
But I mean, it's decorated that way. Like, it's not just little things maybe in a box somewhere. No. They had things built in their basement.
Yes, and in fact, if you look at the bed, there are stocks.
Yes.
Like you would see when they would be punishing someone in the square where they have your head and your arms up in the stocks.
If you were a witch.
Yeah, exactly. And the bed has what appears to be, you can turn it into a cage if you want to.
It has bars.
There's also some sort of a rack in another picture that has all kinds of chains and leather and swinging things.
And is there
Wait a minute. You know what? Do we even know intern Mars's address? Is this her home, possibly?
Is the Star of David? Is that a?
I don't know what that is.
That might be.
No, it's just a regular star.
It's wooden. Maybe those are little links on there that you can chain someone up to.
But when you see the picture of the front of the house, it's a beautiful
Oh my
brick
God.
house with a pretty red door.
Suburbia galore.
And then you
Upper
get
end.
inside.
But even the chambers, it's like nice. It doesn't seem like a dungeon.
It's very it's brightly
bright,
painted.
yeah.
It's well lit. It's very cozy. There's there it looks like recessed lighting.
Listen, I'm sure they took out the clutter for the pictures.
Well, it's called 50 Shades of, right? Isn't it 50 Shades of Maple Glen?
Maple Glen, yeah.
Yeah.
Real estate agents.
Oh my God.
You know they've seen a lot of stuff.
Absolutely.
Would I want that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Why not?
Well, I'm just saying because
What are you going to get? They knock a couple grand off and take the S&M stuff out. Nah, play around with it. You never know. It might open up a whole world that you never knew even existed to you.
yeah, I'm just
This
thinking.
is Rochelle. We're going to have the PTA meeting over here tonight. Bring your bull whips and butt plug.
Have we talked about period parties before?
We have a while ago.
Okay.
Bert Kreischer.
Yes,
Really?
he brought them up.
Bert Kreischer had one for his daughter.
Oh,
Which was awkward.
But they're like really they're ascending now in popularity.
Well, so much so that they're starting to take off in the UK. So the British mothers are starting to throw period parties for their daughters when they first menstruate.
Yeah, remember there was like an old commercial where it was when the girl got her period for the first time. It was like, let's go for ice cream. I forget what the commercial was, but it was like, let's celebrate. This was like when I was
Why
a
didn't
kid.
you run alongside the car?
I remember thinking, this is the worst day of my life.
When that happened?
Yeah, like
really?
I mean, you know what? Because I was a little bit older, so I understood it. I knew what was going on. I knew what the other kids were going through, and I was like, you know what? Like, if it doesn't have to happen, like I can wait.
You know had a good first one, Carrie. You remember that?
Yeah, of course.
She had. I think that the whole idea. I think actually is a good one. If for something that could be traumatic, that you could turn it into a plus. I mean, I
think it's cool.
Right?
I mean, listen, if you
or not a plus, but something that is something to be okay.
Well, you can now bear children.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not that you want to. It's 12 or 13 years old or
Hey,
however
Daddy,
it is, but no. But as in the in Game of Thrones, they call it your moon blood.
Your moon blood.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but honestly, it is in one fell swoop, boom. You're a woman now.
Yeah.
Whammo. And so there is no equivalent for boys. You know what I mean? It's not like we go to sleep one night and then we wake up and boom, we have pubes.
Yeah.
You know, like
it's a pube party.
it's
a boner party.
Boner party.
But you're getting babies. I mean, it's the truth. It's a biological thing, and it happens.
What did you just say?
I said I had, like, as if I'm the only guy here. No, we all got boners when we were
You can have boners in the womb.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You can. Fetuses have boners.
Yes, there's proof. Picture proof.
Let's continue talking about hygiene.
Please.
But
we all need it.
In a different orifice, we'll talk about your mouth.
Oh, I thought you were going just on flipping us over.
Oh, the butt. No, we're not going to talk about
We'll go from butt to mouth.
We could. I mean, I'm sure we could find something.
I like that sense that the mouth, that the toothpaste and everything's been rinsed out and washed out, and whatever I've dislodged is out.
I haven't gone to the dentist in over a year. I knew you were going to find that repulsive, Kathy.
Oh,
I had
probably so gross.
I had an appointment, and then something came up.
Something suddenly came up.
And then I had to cancel the appointment, and I never rescheduled it, and I just got lazy.
And it usually they have a long wait usually.
And I don't like going to the dentist.
Even
I
just
like
for a
my
clean?
dentist a lot. He's a really nice guy. What's that?
Even just for a cleaning?
No, because it's never just a cleaning. It's always, what's this? Or, let me pick at that for a minute. Or here, we need to take some more pictures. Shove these uncomfortable things in your mouth and bite down for a little while.
Here, put these wax lips in.
I hate that. I hate that. I hate the x-rays. Ugh.
I love going because I don't have a lot of but I don't have
because
Kathy,
they make
when
compliments.
She smiles.
She likes to go
Everyone,
anywhere.
come in here quickly. Look at these beautiful teeth. It's not enough that she has a perfect vagina.
No, I like the feeling that my teeth are that clean, as you can imagine.
No kidding. You have beautiful teeth.
Hey, Kathy has the perfect mouth, the perfect vagina. Do we assume that the other one is perfect too?
I can only assume it. Her proctologist is doing backflips.
Yeah. Has anybody ever commented on your butthole? They've commented on every other orifice.
Oh my
in your body.
God!
Look at this thing. It's unbelievable.
I like how you pointed at it when you told Red my butt.
Did she?
Yeah. My butthole. This? My butthole, Preston? Is that what you're talking about? My perfect butthole?
We have to do something now.
Oh.
All right. It's a little thing that we put together that's going to involve you having to put on a blindfold because we have a mystery guest.
Mystery guest!
Okay.
I love mystery
Perhaps the most mysterious mystery guest of ever.
Really?
Yes. We won't go any further than say that. You think you'll get it?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So we need you to put on your blindfold, please.
All right. Take those glasses off.
All right, hang on a second.
All righty.
Yay. So.
All right. So again, so one more time, repeat.
All right.
We're playing 100 questions.
215.
20 questions.
215-263 WMMR, the number, by the way.
This is 20 questions for Preston, and it's questions 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, and 16 through 20.
All right.
And then not at all.
All right.
Is the person in the room now?
No. In fact, if we could bring our mystery guest into the room.
I am blindfolded. I can't see anything.
I always get nervous when we do mystery guest. I don't know why.
It's always hard to get somebody to agree to this.
Yeah.
Because, how are you?
It is hard to get somebody to agree to do it, and then sometimes we'll eat up half the interview trying to figure out who the hell it is.
Right.
All right.
If they've only got like a 10-minute window. So,
all right, so
if this person is here, then they have more time than that, which is good.
They're here, and we will be able to spend some time after Preston, which is good news. Okay, so I'm going to use the high-pitch process to hide this voice, which I think the we'll do a nice masking job. So we're going to begin, Preston. Again, yes or no. And you're going to have enough time to sort of narrow it down and ask our mystery guest your first question.
Okay. Have we ever met in person before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you live in and around the Philadelphia area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a public figure?
No.
No. Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, wait 1 second.
Wait, was that Steve?
That was Steve. With the processor obviously still on.
People.
Ask that question again.
Are you a public figure?
Yes.
Okay.
He's modest.
His answer might have thrown you, and he is.
How many questions is that?
That's three.
That's three questions.
All right.
So you're a man. Steve just said he, by the way, so I got that.
Oh, man.
Ooh, little one out of the way. Are you in... is your profession in journalism?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Do you appear regularly on television?
Yes.
All right, wait. That's 5 questions. Do you have a guest real quick?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Matt O'Donnell.
No.
Wow, okay. All right. Did I get the wrong network and piss somebody off?
No. You're good. We wouldn't do that to you.
All right.
Mike Monsel's on line 4.
Let me tell you, your mystery guest is very good natured. He's smiling. So.
Okay. All right. So it's not Matt. It's someone I've met in person before. They're on TV. Journalism.
You can ask more questions.
I'm going to. I'm just trying to figure out where that might lead me in my next question. Would we consider ourselves, or do you consider me a friend of yours?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you from an island nation?
Yes.
It's Vi. It's okay, Emma, right?
Oh, really? God, you're getting there so close.
Oh man, who else? Who the hell else is from an island nation?
You can think broader. This person may be, I think, more famous than you're thinking.
Oh, wait a minute. Shane Victorino?
No. All right,
Good guess, though.
That's 6.
That's not a nation, but it's an island.
So
and
now-
we have played golf together, so
Question number 11, Preston.
Yeah, I'm.
Expand your search.
Wise. Yeah. I'll, they live in and around the Philadelphia area. Entertainment-wise, journalism, television, island.
There are some people who do it all.
Who do it all?
No more.
Oh, okay. So, are you a musician?
Yes.
Oh. Wow. What's your name? No. You're a musician. Oh my God. I should know this, right? Okay. All right. Okay.
Everyone here is smiling because once you
WMMR.
Okay. So we have just a little bit of time to play with here before we get to the money clip, and we have the bizarre file coming up. But Marissa just handed me this note that says,
"Oh no,
I found it."
I have found it.
She worked all morning long. Steve, to refresh your memory, earlier this morning in our 6 o'clock hour, played.
Good. Shut your hole!
That clip, and
Kathy, shut your hole!
found it very, very funny and remember it. What we don't remember are the exact circumstances of how that came to be.
Yeah, because we have clips on. I have 2 instant replay machines over here with clips that go back to Y100, and some of them we don't remember the context. And this obviously is proven to be one of those.
Yeah, and so all morning long we keep getting little nuggets of information that go, okay, I think it was about this, and
it was a listener that said it had something to
yeah.
do with Quentin Michael's middle name.
Yes. So finally, Marissa has spent all morning and has tracked down the original segment. So you guys want to hear it?
Hell
yes.
Yeah, it takes a little while. Apparently, it takes about a minute to get to it. But
All right.
so there is a build up.
There's a setup.
The climax, and then the denouement.
And then the going for a towel.
All right, here we go.
I ain't gonna tell you my middle name.
Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
That's Quentin Michael.
Yeah.
The Eagles saying he's not going to tell us his middle name.
Come on, Phyllis. Phyllis.
Is it bad?
I just.
We'll look it up. Hey, do the other players?
No, man.
Is it their case?
Well, it's already Nick's Wikipedia in it, so it doesn't say. Quentin Michael.
I'm going to make you look it up. I'm not telling you.
Where's his wife?
Is
Get
it
her in here.
Jebediah? She knows better.
Is it a girl's name?
Oh,
Look, she's walking away. Casey's walking out there.
Does not say on your wiki.
She's shaking her head no. I don't think she's going to give it up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
See if the 2-year-old
That's a good woman you have there.
Fort Knox right there.
Oh, no, that's not that bad.
Oh, she told you? Oh, man.
Well, I was going to offer up a case of beer for anybody who would call in with it. What is it?
Say it.
Casey?
It's not that bad.
Preston, you know Casey. Do you really think she told him?
Kathy, shut your hole!
Oh, yeah, damn it. No, actually, you're right. That would have been good.
Shut your hole!
You shouldn't have said anything.
She shook her head. He saw.
And that was it.
That's
so,
it. I tried to trick him.
And it was about to work.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then Kathy, is there a little more to this?
I don't know.
Hang on.
Gail?
No.
Esther?
No.
Well, why don't you like it?
I don't like it. I don't know.
Hey, listen,
it reminds me of a French guy with a
Pierre?
feminine.
Right, an effeminate Frenchman.
All right, so apparently we continue talking about it.
Okay.
There's no
All
more
right.
to
So
it.
there you go.
Found out.
Yeah.
That was it.
It's Perry.
It's Perry.
Which is like no big deal.
That's not bad at all.
Nothing.
Yeah.
He probably changed it after that show.
Maybe.
So I now that's it. So Casey was trying to
Yes.
pull one over, which was a very smart move.
Right.
And he was about to fall for
It
it.
was about to work, Kathy.
And then Kathy just crapped all over.
Except it
Shut
was
your hole!
a middle name, so who really cares?
I love the ire, though.
Yeah.
You can even hear it. Listen to the room.
Yeah.
Shut your hole!
And you can hear there's some room, there's some echo.
I wasn't
He's
on
yelling
mic.
so loud. He's away from the microphone. I love it. It's like it catches that room noise like my what the F.
Yeah.
So it's just like what the You had to be in the right environment for that to happen. All right, mystery solved.
Yay!
Thank you, Preston and Steve. Listeners, thank you, Marissa and Connor, for digging and finding all that information. We appreciate it. And now we can move forward with our day, and we can do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, the Bizarre File is brought to you by Revivalist Spirits, voted USA Today's top craft gin distillery. Offers online ordering and delivery of gin, vodka, bourbon, and pre-made cocktails to all Pennsylvania residents. And you can use the promo code Preston and get yourself 10% off of your purchase. RevivalistSpirits.com. All right, this is a follow-up story to a very horrible thing that happened. The 6-year-old Colorado Springs girl who died after falling 110 feet on a ride at Glenwood Caverns Adventure Park earlier this month was not properly buckled in and was sitting on top of 2 seat belts, according to a state investigation that was released this past Friday.
So that's we didn't know that. We thought she simply slid out of her seatbelt
or some kind of malfunction. So the report found that the 2 people operating the ride were given indicators that one of the seatbelts was not properly buckled, and that since the girl who was killed had a belt strap sitting across her lap, they did not notice that either. The report blames multiple factors for the girl's death, including multiple operator errors and lack of proper training and understanding of how the ride's operator interface worked. The report says the ride, the Haunted Mine Drop, will remain closed until the division re-permits the ride, which can only happen once the issues raised in the report are addressed. And the park was closed for several days in the wake of the incident when the state required the park to give refresher training to staff working on other rides at the park.
I tell you,
and if you were one of those workers and that happened,
Yeah.
and it was your fault,
you'd
oh
be
my God.
you'd be tortured for life. But that said, it looks like a cool ride.
It looks like a really intense ride, yeah. All right, I sat on this story from last week, and it's just kind of been in my bizarre pile for a while, and I can't not report on this. It's out of Detroit, and the leading line is, an alligator wrestling surgeon was convicted following a jury trial, and after being accused of masterminding a more than $100 million healthcare fraud scheme, one of the largest in U.S. history.
When you can't trust an alligator wrestling surgeon, who can you trust?
Dr. Frank Patino, 66 years old, prescribed excessive amounts of opioids to patients at his clinic, subjected clients to unnecessary and painful spinal injections that yielded lucrative payments for his medical practice as well.
Now watch me wrestle alligator.
Prosecutors also accuse him of laundering money through a vanity diet program and spending money sponsoring mixed martial arts fighters. So jurors convicted Patino of 1 count of conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud, wire fraud, 2 counts of healthcare fraud, 1 count of conspiracy to defraud the United States and pay or receive healthcare kickbacks, 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering, and 1 count of money laundering on top of that as
What an
well.
idiot.
Oh my God! And you should see this.
Yeah, he
this
looks like
bro.
an idiot.
Oh my God! The case against Patino drew wide interest because of the scope of the alleged crime and the doctor's outsized personality and appearance. Before spending 3 years in jail awaiting trial, Patino was frequently shirtless, posing next to bikini-clad women, and flexing his muscles in social media posts and promotional photographs for his, quote, self-styled Patino diet.
So was he a legitimate surgeon at all?
Yeah,
he was?
During a court hearing last month, however, Patino appeared dramatically thin, elderly, and clothed in an orange Livingston County jail jumpsuit. The surgeon has been detained amid allegations he hid millions of dollars in offshore bank accounts and concerns that he would try to flee the U.S. if released on bond. Prosecutors and Patino's legal team waged a prolonged fight over evidence amassed during a years-long investigation, including
amazing.
testimony from witnesses that Patino allegedly traded drugs for sex with a stripper, hid profits from the illegal scheme, and kept $50,000 in cash under a mattress. Other allegations include one claim Patino ripped out his sick 80-pound ex-wife's feeding tube.
Oh, my God.
From 2016 to 17, he was prescribing more than 2.2 million pills, including fentanyl, oxycodone, and oxymorphone. Some of the medically unnecessary drugs ended up being resold on the streets. And yes, he wrestled alligators as well. There's a picture of him with an alligator in a choke.
There must be stuff that I missed in the Hippocratic Oath.
Maybe.
I'm not impressed, though. I mean, the alligator's mouth is duct tape shut.
I know.
A teacher at Isaac Dixon Elementary.
No. Okay.
Yeah. Do we play your music on MMR?
Yes.
Wow. Do you play drums?
Yes.
Wow.
And we're for homework assistance programs, and they say all students were kept safely inside the building while the Bears were playing on the playground.
Very cute. You know, if you were to get anywhere near that, though, the mother would kill you.
Oh, yes,
yeah,
of course.
but
She'd rip your throat out.
Yeah, but still very cute.
Yeah. A woman who wanted to spend more time with her boyfriend was arrested after she directed 2 separate bomb threats at Puritan Medical Products, where he worked, forcing evacuations and disrupting manufacturing operations.
She loves him so much.
Yeah.
I just want to be with you.
The first threat was made around 9 a.m. Thursday when a woman called the Maine State Police and said that she was going to place a bomb at the Puritan plant. The same woman, in a second call 2 hours later, said that she intended to place 4 pipe bombs near a second plant.
I'm going to blow up your plant. I just want to be with my boyfriend.
Police traced the call. Deputies found the woman after interviewing people in a neighborhood. The deputies secured a confession from the woman who said that there were no bombs. She was identified by authorities as 33-year-old Kayla Blake.
Jeez.
She was charged with a felony count of terrorizing and taken to the county jail.
I think the real terrifying thing here is, what if that boyfriend ever breaks up with her?
So the 2 plants are in proximity to one another, so the company chose to evacuate both locations. And that meant sending home workers on first shift who were already at the 2 plants and telling those on the second shift not to come in for the day, affecting around 400 people in their work.
Looking at the mugshot, my guess is the boyfriend's best part of his day was going to work.
Going to work again early today, huh?
I'm going to work a little late today. Early bird catches the worm. I'll be back later.
He works so hard.
Just so he can be with so I can be with you.
The investigation into the threats involves several agencies, including the fire department, the FBI, and Cinabro Security as well. So now they get to spend a lot of time together.
Yeah.
Well, no, I guess not. She'll be in the pokey. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. A reminder, it's a Wednesday, so that means a secret text word. Today we're in your last chance to text in. You got to get on this now. You can win a pair of tickets for the Bates Motel and Haunted Attractions. It's this week's MMR Big Friggin' Deal at WMMR.com. You can buy one, get one free to the Bates Motel, and it's just $50 for 2 tickets right now with the big deal. All right, while you're doing that, keep in mind we have this going on too.
93.3 WMMR. It's time for an MMR Money Clip.
There's nothing sexy about being a member of the undead.
Now, here's your Money Clip keyword.
That word is stream, S-T-R-E-A-M. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, and there are 3 ways for you to do it. You can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911, or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $500 in this company-wide contest, and that person will get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. And it's sponsored by Horizon Services. 7 chances to win each day. Don't miss each and every one of them. The word again is stream, S-T-R-E-A-M. Good luck to you. We'll take a break, come back. Lesson, question, trash, music, news. Those things are up next. We're considered friends. This person's going to kill me. Are you black?
Yes.
And I still don't know who it is.
What a waste of a question.
Well, I'm trying to, More famous than I have been leading on to. We're considered friends.
I mean, if I were to liken this person, I'm just going to give you a little help.
Okay.
It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife of capabilities here.
This person's going to kill me.
I thought you'd be better at this, Preston.
Dude, I suck at this. I'm good at getting answers.
All right, well,
Apparently, I'm good at getting yes answers.
You've got nothing
I haven't
but yeses.
gotten any no answers yet.
Honestly, which should kind of lead you to, oh, my God.
Oh, Steve.
What?
Some people texting in are starting to get it.
Okay.
Really?
All right.
Well, it's not Questlove because we're not friends.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Another guess? I mean, another
question. I guess. Yeah, but what's going to help narrow it down? That's the thing that I'm trying to.
Maybe other capabilities, other talents.
Okay. Yeah, but what? Do you like to eat?
Yes.
All right. Do you cook? I mean, like, would people know you for your cooking?
Yes.
Really? Jesus, none of this is helping me.
Why are you
don't know the cooking drummer?
I mean, honestly, I
journalist
thought
drummer.
by this time.
I know.
But keep going.
The island cooking journalist drummer.
How could you? I mean, come on.
Black
How can I
journalist drummer.
not? How can I not get it?
Yes.
You are on the film board. I'm going to help you with that.
Oh my God, you're right. Okay, I am on the film board. You're an actor as well? Are you an actor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Philadelphia actor, black drummer.
You have 3 questions left, Russ.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll give you another hint. It's the person who texted in Black Tommy Lee. That's wrong.
It's not Black Tommy
that
Lee.
helps
Yeah.
a lot. Acting. Dude, I'm drawing a blank.
Are you giving up?
No.
Ask a few more.
Okay.
Maybe some projects or styles of acting roles, movies.
You guys are just trying to give this away, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I
not
know
helping me.
he's dying because I know Preston knows it, but he just go ahead.
Acting roles. Do you do? Are you mainly known for comedy acting?
Yes.
Really? It didn't help.
Dude, we didn't even use a voice processor there. Did that give it away?
Tried to help him,
Did you hear the voice?
He's gonna know.
It didn't give it away. No, it didn't give it away.
Oh, man.
Don't use the voice processor. Do you have a new movie coming out soon?
Yes.
Last question, Preston.
Oh man, you got it.
Man, I don't know.
Come on, Preston.
This is terrible. Is everybody getting it right on the text?
Yeah. Everybody's narrowed it down.
And have you been in our studio before?
Yes.
You have.
That's your last question. You
You should know.
I know.
guess.
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
Wait till you see him.
I have no idea.
All right, Preston.
Damn it.
Take off your blindfold.
Okay, let's see. Wait a minute.
Preston, this is one of the construction workers in our building currently.
He said yes to every question on purpose. You suck.
I don't even know. What is your name?
What's your name?
Chino.
Chino was good enough to do this.
Oh, my God.
We had a whole bunch of stuff planned, and it fell through. And at the last minute, Chino was good enough to agree to come over and be your guest.
Was the actual answer yes to any of those questions?
From the islands, right?
Yeah, Nicaragua.
Where are you from? Nicaragua?
These guys are doing great work in the building
Sitting here
here.
going, I'm beating myself up. You guys are saying, oh, you ought to know. I mean, for crying out loud, a friend of mine.
Nick's like, everybody's getting it.
Black from
Preston,
Ireland.
how many black drummer, actor, comedian, musician, journalist friends are there?
Oh, my God.
Good job.
By the way, and then I take, and you a-hole. Okay, so you know, and here's the deal, man. What's your name again?
Chino.
Chino.
Yeah.
So Chino, I never remember anybody's name.
Right.
So when I took my blindfold off and I saw you, I felt horrible because I didn't remember who you were. Hey, Chino. By the way, I want to point something out. Kat, I was giggling at the beginning of sports, and Kathy looks at me. She's like, "What's going on over there?" Ever since we got back from vacation, we do our sports intro is live. All those sound effects, it's not pre-recorded. It's Steve hitting buttons.
We're
Casey's
artists.
hitting buttons. Casey has forgotten the order of the sound effects that he normally plays, and he's off his game. That's why I heard a doorbell in there, and I'm like,
All right.
we never hear the
Yesterday
doorbell.
there was something else.
Do you want to
too,
try it
that played.
again? Do you think
We
Like,
have
it's like
to
wind or like a hurricane yesterday, or because they've got hundreds of sound effects.
All right, I won't scream. I'm going to configure to what I always have it set.
Do you want to do it without the? I'll bring the music way down.
I kind of need the music, right?
All right, so go ahead.
Well, hang
And
on.
for those of you who hate the sports intro,
Here it
you're going to get it
here
again.
it is.
But hang on.
But I'll bring down the volume
Before
a
you
little
hit
bit.
anything,
By the way,
I got to figure this out.
The sports intro was born in purposeful excess.
Just being ridiculous.
So,
No, of course.
You guys remember why it started, right? We were so excited when the Eagles finally made it to the Super Bowl. This was at Y100 that Kathy was doing news, and we couldn't wait for her to get to sports.
Nope.
Okay.
Don't remember that at all.
Yeah, and so the anticipation was it was exploded in sound effects.
Okay.
All right, hang on.
Let me know when you're ready.
I just don't know. The problem is, I don't know what my second. Like I know.
Don't think about it. Just
do it.
Get in the zone, auto zone.
Nick and I were actually just talking the other day about how occasionally we'll call into the conference call and we've been entering the same code to get into our conference call for
forget it.
however many years now, and like occasionally we'll be like, what you have, it just your mind just goes blank and you're like, what is that
Every
number?
once in a while, you sort of retrain yourself to forget it, and then you have to. That's why obviously jotting things down now and then is a good idea. But you think you have a case?
Maybe.
Do you know what you usually lead with?
I know what I lead with.
So let's start
In the
that and
last
see-
couple of days, I was hitting the wrong button. I was hitting 14 instead of 23.
All right, you good to go?
So I know I got
All right.
23 starts it all, bro.
Kathy, give us the kickoff.
Okay, and in sports this morning.
He has to scream, too. I'll bring the music way down. Ball sacks are yummy. And the dolphin.
What happened?
There you go. That was
It
better.
wasn't timed up. I had to pause my "What the f is that?"
Oh, all right. Okay.
I think the music helps
But
with
that
that.
sounded right.
Did it sound right?
A little better, yeah.
I couldn't remember if I do farts or not.
No,
Do
I
do
don't think you do.
farts?
I don't think
No,
you
there
do.
are no farts.
No, not
It
in
would
sports
ruin the
intro.
sanctity
No,
of the
yeah,
sports
please.
intro.
That would ruin it.
Talking about the pride of Philadelphia here. So we gotta
Farts
get it
appear
right.
in the music news.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what it is?
What is it? Wrong page?
No. So I hit this, and then I start with that.
I killed it!
There you go.
All right.
I start with that.
I tell you what, that sounded closer than it sounded for the past couple of days.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Shut up.
Game of Thrones star Sophie Turner tells Dr. Phil on his podcast, Fill in the Blanks.
Oh, my God.
Phil.
How about Phil McCracken?
In the blanks. That she got so much hate mail on social media, she actually considered suicide. She said, it's weird. I say that I wasn't very depressed when I was younger, but I used to think about suicide a lot when I was younger, and I don't know why, though. Maybe it's just a weird fascination I used to have, but yeah, I used to think about it. And I
probably considered suicide after doing Fill the Blanks in.
She said, I don't think I ever would have gone through with it, and I don't know. By the way, Sophie Turner on Game of Thrones, as the series has progressed, she's gotten more beautiful along the way, and now because they're dressing her different, and she is regal, and she has a little more attitude. And
may I say something?
Are just so gorgeously blue in that red hair. She's stunning.
I'd say the same about you.
Oh, thank you.
As the show's
you've gotten
more beautiful.
Thank you, sir.
You know what, Steve, you're right. Absolutely.
That I've gotten more beautiful?
You have.
Thanks, man.
No doubt.
Then, no. Let's do one more story. Wrap it up. Okay, we'll end with this one. While Hellboy hasn't set the box office on fire, it tanked with only $12 million in its opening weekend. One of its stars, Mila Jovovich, is still loving it, and she shared her thoughts on social media, writing in part, all I'm going to say before going to bed is this. All my raddest filmed...
Oh, Jesus, man. Why is it happening? Why is it happening?
The hell is that? Is that Hydra?
I don't know.
I unlocked my phone. And
what was it?
It was Ghosts of the Forest. Trey Anastasio's new band.
All right, well, that's cool.
Yeah, I didn't hit play. It's a freaking Face ID. Okay. So
you just looked at it?
I don't know if I swiped up, but it just started playing music. Preston, I was more interested in what you were saying.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise or yard work or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed...
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's... Now, listen.
Yes,
that's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
Get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting...
I didn't mention
You
this.
may
Okay.
go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookle's
or a
good, though.
snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snorkeling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Going
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Question for today. We are going to give away a pair of tickets to see Patton Oswalt, who's playing the Met on Saturday the 9th. And let me see here. What are we going to go with this morning? How about this? What does Steve think Kathy's middle name should be? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you heard that. We're talking about middle names, and we want to know if you heard what Steve thinks Kathy's middle name should be. And it kind of went over my first, and then I got it after a little while. 15263 WMMR. Call now. We'll do the trash while you call.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's get the stories. What's going on, Steve?
Well, President Reagan's attempted assassin John Hinckley will soon have his restrictions reduced, paving the way for an unconditional release. Hinckley says he understands people find it hard to believe he's changed, but says give him some time and he'll find out where those people live and kill them. Tina Lowen has been sentenced up to 18 days in county jail as part of a guilty plea in her DWI case. Lowen says she wants to put the whole episode behind her, especially that part about trying to use sex to bribe a police dog.
Oh, my God.
It's disgusting. And finally, the former Playboy Mansion's massive 2-year facelift. I don't know if you guys have been seeing this. It hit a major snag yesterday. Crews had to temporarily halt construction after accidentally striking an underground semen geyser.
Wow.
That's your Hollywood.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the lesson question. What does Steve think Kathy's middle name should be? And I'm going to go to, is this Quay? Is that your name, Quay?
Yeah, you guys rock.
Thank you, Quay.
That's a cool name.
Appreciate it. Okay, so what does Steve think that Kathy's middle name should be?
Joplin.
Joplin, yes. As in Janis Joplin, who Kathy's dad slept with. So, Quay, hang on the line. We're going to get your info, and we are going to give you a pair of tickets to see Pat and Oswald at the Met on Saturday, October 9th. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Let's do the music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, let's see. Music news. We are going to start with this story. Okay, this is the ongoing saga of Corey Taylor and Machine Gun Kelly. So, but neither one of these guys said anything. It was actually Trivium's Matt Heafy had said something about Machine Gun Kelly in the midst of that feud. Heafy had tweeted his criticism of Machine Gun Kelly, calling him out for his, quote, 16-year-old pop-punk cosplay identity. Kelly took shots at Slipknot on stage earlier this month at Chicago's Riot Fest. He had said that he never wanted to be 50 years old wearing an effing weird mask on a stage talking S, meaning Corey Taylor. And apparently his remarks were reported in response to Corey's comment that it said, I hate all new rock for the most part. I hate the artists who failed in one genre and decided to go rock. And I think he knows who he is.
Okay.
So over the weekend, Heafy tweeted out, I'd like to formally diss Machine Gun Kelly for being 31 years old and wearing an effing 16-year-old pop-punk cosplay identity on an effing stage. He also gave Kelly the nickname of Squirt Gun Smelly, adding, I never thought about him till he took a shot at Slipknot, who are a band who has paved the way for bands like mine. Thousands of bands like mine. Squirt Gun is a cloud chaser, and even though it's all a PR stunt, a shot at Slipknot needs to be addressed.
Squirt Gun, that's harsh.
In a separate later tweet, Heafy wrote, I'd like to publicly apologize for my tasteless comments about Machine Gun Kelly. I just found out he's been afflicted by the Ligma variant. It's really getting real out there, and thoughts and prayers, homie. That's what he said.
What's the Ligma?
I don't know, but
as in Ligma ass.
I was thinking
think
Ligma
it is.
balls. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's making another joke.
I like that. Dave Grohl dishes on some interesting interactions with other musicians over the years in his upcoming book, The Storyteller, which is due out on the 5th. One such instance was with Rivers Cuomo from Weezer. He told Rolling Stone magazine he had learned when it comes to songwriting, the two musicians are sort of on opposite ends of the spectrum. Grohl had repeated their conversation, which took place a few years ago when Foo Fighters and Weezer toured Australia together. Dave said, Cuomo goes, hey, so when you write songs, how do you do it? And I started explaining how we do it, which is pretty simple. I make some demos, I show them to the guys, and then we get together and we play them. He says, do you listen to Top 40 radio? And I said, now? Not really. He said, I mean, I guess, you know, I'm in the car with my kids,
right?
I guess. He said, so you don't write songs to get on Top 40 radio? And I said, no, I don't. He said, I don't think we're allowed there. Do I expect to knock Cardi B off the effing charts? Absolutely not. So I said, no, I kind of write songs for the stage or a set list, and I write them for Foo Fighters fans. And he said, wow, so you write for the show? And I said, yeah, don't you? And I don't think that he does. I think that we're sort of on opposite ends of that spectrum, which is funny. So they just have different approaches on their mindset about writing music for their bands.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting. Or there's a story that I teased earlier. Courtney Love spoke candidly about Kurt Cobain on the 30th anniversary of Nirvana's blockbuster album Nevermind. It was during a chat with biographer Charles R. Cross for the Los Angeles Times. She surmised how Cobain's trajectory, which led him, of course, to committing suicide in 1994, could have been changed, explaining, I'm not really a fan of the idea that it all could have been that different, but he might have survived had somebody else gone first. He said, like Eddie Vedder, somebody who had good infrastructure. She went on to say, Kurt was born on Halley's Comet. It's a miracle that the record got made and that he found a great drummer and had a bass player he could rely on. He was so happy when this record was done. He now had agency. He had the courage to change both himself and the world. And with success, he became emboldened. She went on to say how Kurt had dealt with the sudden and global success of Nevermind. She said, we were in Salem, Oregon when Nevermind hit #1. He cried. I cried. We were really scared. Here was a man who liked pleasure, who enjoyed things, and yet he wasn't supposed to. When people say you are the voice of a generation, what do you do with that? You know?
Right.
For somebody like him specifically. She went on to say, who Kurt was to me was never what you saw in the public. He could be very passive-aggressive and working two agendas in public. He could say one thing, do another. He had to be like that to be a junkie. So there was that whole thing that I share, too. So he was a complex guy, and he had trouble, you know, and that whole thing pushed him even further in that direction. Thank you, Courtney. Judas Priest is putting their tour on hold while their bandmate recovers from a medical issue. The band issued a statement on social media Monday sending love to guitarist Richie Faulkner, who is currently recovering in the hospital. He has, they said in the statement, he had major medical heart conditions issues, which have landed him in the hospital where he's being treated. In the meantime, they said, we are all sending our love to our Falcon to wish him a speedy recovery. The English heavy metal band most recently played at the Louder Than Life Festival in Louisville. The next stops on their current tour include shows in Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming. And as they said, as soon as we have any updates from his doctors on when we can reschedule the dates, we will, of course, announce them, and tickets will be valid. On November 8th, Bruce Springsteen will once again headline the annual Stand Up for Heroes benefit taking place this year at Manhattan's Alice Tully Hall at the Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts. In addition to Bruce and Jon Stewart, who appears every year, this year's comedy event will also feature Jim Gaffigan, Nate Bargatze, Grace Gustad, Nikki Glazer, Sing Harlem, and Donnell Rawlings, with more performers still to be announced. A lot of those people have been right here in our studio.
That is right.
The event kicks off the annual New York Comedy Festival and is but one of over 100 performances held across New York City between November 8th and 14th.
Preston, speaking of Bruce, the duet that we heard that was coming with him and John Mellencamp, it just was released literally 10 minutes ago. It's called Wasted Days, and maybe we can grab a clip for the next break or whatever. But just came out, and it's available on WMMR.com if you want to take a listen.
Okay, wonderful. And then one more thing, amid more than 100 paintings and sculptures up for sale at an auction in Copenhagen, Denmark, there lies an unlikely item of pop memorabilia. It is a long-lost tape containing an unreleased John Lennon song.
Wow.
It's expected to fetch up to about 300,000 Danish krone, which is about $47,000 at Tuesday's sale. The white cassette tape also features interviews with the Beatles singer and his wife Yoko Ono and is accompanied by a series of photographs dating back to 1970. The four interviewers, who were then 16-year-old schoolboys, have put the tape up for sale over 50 years after it was recorded. At the time, John and Yoko were visiting Denmark in order to resolve a custody dispute between Ono and her ex-husband over their daughter Kyoko, who is also featured in the photographs. The four boys who used to help produce their school magazine were granted permission to skip class in the hope of securing an interview with John and Yoko. On January 5th, 1970, they were granted access to a small press conference alongside a small group of journalists where they asked about the peace movement and Lennon's musical career. At the time, John was pursuing a solo career following release of Abbey Road the year before. The 33-minute recording also includes an impromptu performance after one of the boys asked John if he could play something for them. He's saying, give Peace a chance, before playing an unreleased song, which is called Radio Peace. Written to accompany a proposed Amsterdam radio station of the same name, Radio Peace can be considered a kind of younger sibling to Give Peace a Chance. But the radio station never made it to air, and the song was never released. So this has never been...
Look, talk about continuing to find stuff related. Probably the most scrutinized band of all time, and yet you'd figure, okay, there can't be anything more, and here you go. You get something like this.
Elsewhere in the recording, one of the 4 young interviewers can be heard asking about what young people can do to champion the anti-war movement, to which John and Yoko suggested using posters and happenings promoting messages of peace.
I'd recommend taking advantage of various seasonal activities.
At one point, Lennon and Yoko also convinced everyone to dance around the Christmas tree while everyone sang a Danish carol. So I didn't know he was into fall activity.
Yes, very much so.
All right. And that is what I have in music news. No, I have one more thing. This is John Mellencamp and Bruce Springsteen. And we're going to play a little of this song. It's called Wasted Day, and it starts with John singing.
Who's counting now these last remaining years? How many?
The air, and just by happenstance, he hit one of the string of bulbs that was over the thing. So it was like a natural moment. It exploded.
Oh, wow.
And everyone was going, whoa!
Yeah.
It was
Did the band react to it?
Oh, yeah.
That's
it was crazy,
funny.
yeah.
Wow. All right, with the wrap of music news, we also need to do our secret text word prize. So, Kathy, you know what you got to do.
Number 7.
All right, let's take a 7-caller, 215-263-WMMR, and we can set you up with a prize if you know the secret text word, and we'll get a random texter on top of that, too. And we still have more to give away before we're done. By the end of the show, we have these other Bud Light Thursday Night Kickoff Steam Pub gift cards to give away. We'll do that at the end of the program. But I just want to remind you that Marissa's going to be there tomorrow night, 7 to 9 with the MM Army. They're in Southampton, and Surfing USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
At the snookle.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Snookle USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear... You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good questions.
Whatever,
yeah, because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what you brought.
They provided.
They
the substance?
provided it
Do you
for you,
remember
yeah.
what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat of
It
the
was called
stuff.
Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snorkel, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snorkel
Right, a snorkel is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have snuba. Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently,
Yeah.
snorkel is legit as well.
Are you kidding
it?
me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like snuba.
It does.
So what
A hose,
what
right?
they do is, well, yeah, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified or to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snorkel.
Yeah.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
KSAN?
At
No.
KSAN in San
Okay, it
Francisco,
was.
yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Oh,
So I
couldn't they
worked
change
in the-
format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're 3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was another. Here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah,
that's
country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country stereo.
Something like that. And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name
in the
all
area?
the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah.
The rest is
I've only
history.
been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny, what was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Fridays like this, so I begin the weekend long
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still
kills
even
me.
on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's
A little
was
crazy?
total unintelligible.
It's Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. We're in Billy's Hall Harg.
Those were those cowboy hats too. When I see him on
Yes.
TV. I mean,
With the headphones. Cowboy hat?
He did?
Yeah, on,
Yes.
on the side.
No,
Okay.
they hung underneath.
Were they under? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was
Casey,
just telling
when
you
it came
guys.
on, yeah.
This guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
but he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
And
he got arrested,
and then, he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
Oh, he was ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, "Who you wife? Damn." You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife? I need to focus on this because
she's a newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
Sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay,
Who
thank
you
you.
wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed.
Yes.
You wife. Damn. You ain't got no wife. Damn.
Well done. You know what? It's like I was there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there on the scene. The Harry Potter film franchise is indelibly linked to Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape. But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D.
If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional, spoiler alert, ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
His deliveries.
So good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Mm-hmm. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good.
Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will
gone.
be called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankles. I shall do so liberally and with great care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what
I might
would.
even break out the wand. At which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the herald.
Oh my God! He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely.
Hedwig?
Yeah.
That's
And then, when it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God! Not the sorting hat.
Oh, man.
Oh my God!
He's gone off the deep end.
That's when Rickman became bored with the character. And he needed to add a little flavor to it.
Sure.
Oh, wow.
Because of his pentameter, I have had this ongoing debate as to whether or not he says yippee-ki-yay, I'll say truck, mutta truck, or mutta trucka.
And that haunts you?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this ever since the movie came out. Does he put an ER at the end of...
I don't think
Bless
he
me,
does.
Father, for I have sinned.
Yes.
I'm worried about Alan Rickman's delivery of the role, Yippee-ki-yay, mother trucker. Do you have any sins to tell me about, son?
No. I just thought I'd talk about
I just
this.
wanted to seek your counsel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there's an ER. I think it's a...
Me neither.
Question you just raised is easily one of the most imbecilic things I've ever heard. I want you to come to my office, where I shall lock the door and spank your buttocks.
Casey, there was something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes
I had to
in a
delete
while.
my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. Does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter. Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one. All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way.
Hey,
Yes, I am.
what are you winning?
I'm winning $500.
How about that, baby? It can't be! Yep, Mark is our MMR money clip winner. And man, that was easy. Mark, where are you from?
I'm from Ariel, New Jersey.
From Maryland, New Jersey?
Ariel.
Ariel, New Jersey.
Ariel.
Right.
Sorry
It's one
about
of the
that.
Disney princesses.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
that's right. You're correct about that. The Little Mermaid, if you will. Mark, are you a little mermaid? No, that's a stupid question. What are you doing today, man? You working or you got the day off? You hanging out?
I'm working, unfortunately.
That's all right. At least you get to listen to MMR.
Yeah.
And you get to check in and you get to walk away $500, which is a wonderful thing, man. So we appreciate you listening. You got to feel pretty good about this, right?
I'm feeling great.
Excellent, man. All right, well, thank you for listening, buddy. We are happy to set you up with $500. Let's hear it from Mark, everybody. Thanks, man. All right, buddy. Congrats. Hang on the line. And we're not done giving away stuff yet. We have to give away the last of our Thursday night kickoff gift cards. We have $25 gift cards to the Steam Pub. And we'll take callers 10 and 11. At 215-263-WMMR, and we'll set you up with that. Marissa will be there tomorrow night with the MM Army. They're located in Southampton, to be specific, 606 2nd Street Pike. And they're going to have every Friday night, by the way, DJ Skip Mode from 10 to 2. And there's brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 2. And the Steam Pump has got you covered all weekend long. Events at WMMR.com for the details.
Very impressed by the food. I would recommend if you are going to go, and you should go, because it will be a great time, that Brad Fox slider is sensational.
Yes, and the 5K salad I was diving into. They got some great food. So we're happy they brought it to us, and they're giving it to you as well. We need to do the letter of the day. Casey's going to do it.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
A as an applesauce.
All right, A, and we have $300 to give away. That's it, plain and simple, $300 cash. We will give that away on Friday, so just a couple more letters for you to keep track of. I'm going to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve show has been brought to you today by Dunkin' Donuts. National Coffee Day, by the way.
Yeah.
The official coffee of the Preston and Steve show is from Dunkin'. And Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Tomorrow, you just wait. It's a surprise.
Oh, we don't want to tell you.
No.
Because it might just cripple you with excitement.
That too. So anyhow, that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.